edition. We got some Sasha news today, which we'll get to. Essentially, the news is there's not much Sasha news. Is that accurate? We'll get into that. So Jay and Whitey today. Jay, I got to start with this. That Luka that we saw last night, that Luka that fouled out, that Luka that was so upset at the officials, that Luka who let his team down by putting himself in position to draw a sixth foul, the crucial part of game 3 of the finals. That's the guy that I've been telling you. That's the real Luka all along, and I don't want him. The Kings are lucky they didn't get him. I'm telling you, Luka is he's a me first guy. Brian Windhorst went after him last night. Listen to this from Brian Windhorst. Last summer, I was in Manila for the FIBA World Cup. Luka was playing for Slovenia, trying to qualify against Canada, and Luka completely lost his cool in that game. An elimination game for Slovenia. He was screaming at the officials. He was screaming at the Secretary General of FIBA at half court, and he gets ejected. Here we are tonight in a vitally important game, and here's Luka again being more focused on the officials than he was on his team. Windhorst says his teammates have begged him. His coaches have begged him. His countrymen have begged him, and he just isn't getting over the hump. I don't know how many times we see it happen before Luka understands what it means to graduate to the next level and show leadership because he wasn't able to do it tonight. That's Luka.
Are you resting your case yet, or are you still going?
I'll call my next witness. They're not here yet. Yeah, it was. I just thought it was revelatory last night. I think that may change the narrative on who Luka is for some. I don't know. He's still got a chance here to do something in this series, I know. But for me, I just feel like that's the guy I've been seeing all along.
Series is over. You're not coming back from 3-0.
No one has.
He's banged up. Kyrie played well last night, to whatever you want to call well. They're not coming back. They're not beating this team 3-0. But I know, I know people like, oh, it's sports. Anything can happen. No one's done it. There's always going to be a first. This is like before college basketball start allowing, and they've done it all for many moons. But before like people start skipping college basketball and going straight to the pros,
right?
Everybody played 3 or 4 years. Yeah. No matter what. It was like an unwritten rule. You played 3 or 4 years. And so with that being said, no 16 had ever beat a 1. And that's because the talent was still there. And then once it got thrown into whack, everything got thrown into whack, Whitey. Now you got 15s beating 2s left and right. We got schools we never heard of, IUPUI and all these different schools, reaching the Elite 8 and Final 4. College basketball is all out of whack. So with that being said, I'm saying this is throwback. No one on the Mavs can put together 4 games in a row to beat what the Celtics are going to bring within those 4 games. This series is over. It's 16 versus 1 whatever we want to call that time of college basketball, high schoolers going to the league. It's not going to happen. Yeah, pre-one and done. There you go. It's not going to happen. This series is over with. With that being said, I know you probably took just a deeper sit back in that couch last night or that lazy boy or whatever you were sitting in and put your feet up a little higher last night. Smile came to your face as if you were watching your grandson, Caden Cole, swing a bat for the first time, take his first steps. I knew you reveled in the fact that Luka couldn't get it done yesterday.
It took me a while to get to that point because here Boston gets out to that 20-plus point lead, and I'm not in a familiar position when I'm rooting for Boston. I don't usually root for them. Now I'm pulling for them because I picked them. But I've seen them a lot, and I feel like I know their ups and downs. So when they get up 21, 23, whatever it was deep down I felt like I don't know if there's too much time left because what they do is they start getting very passive and they start playing not to lose the game. And they have like 3 or 4 or 5 bad possessions in a row where they get bad shots off. And then they start turning the ball over. Then the next thing you know, and the Mavericks have cut it to 1. So my point is, it took me a while to get to that point where I felt any satisfaction because that was a nail biter for much of that fourth quarter until my guy Luka fouled out. At that point, woo!
4 minutes left. with 4 minutes and 10 seconds left in the game, you foul out on a blocking call.
You don't have to try to draw that charge there.
Luka.
That was the thing.
You're giving the guys who have every piece of negative, conversation, every piece of negative thought process about you, like Whitey. And I'm not saying you're all against Luka, but
no, I am.
Okay,
you're right.
There you go.
Nailed it.
People like yourself who despise Luka on the basketball court, not as a person, because we don't know him as a person, but as a basketball player. He gave them every piece of ammunition you possibly could have had last night with the loss, with the foul out, with the arguing with his coach, with the arguing with the other team, with the arguing with it felt like with his teammates at certain points in times. He was the prototypical don't like me guy. He screamed it last night. Man, it's tough because I don't dislike Luka. I don't really like Luka. And when I say that, I mean as a basketball player, I'm really indifferent for Luka. Like, he's a good ball player. Doesn't really touch me either way. But I at every minute that went by, I was like, man, I know Whitey's like, I told you.
Do you know what he said?
I told you.
Did you hear what he said when he hit the deck and they said that's a block. You're disqualified. He looked over to the bench and he said, you better bleep and challenge that.
Yep. And cost them a timeout.
And Windhorse was like, he was like blaming it on the bench. It was his fault. When you have 5 fouls, whatever level you're at, you got one more foul. You don't try to draw a charge.
No.
I think he was just like slow or something. Like, I'm too tired to move. I'll just see if I can get away with a cheap one here. And this is no surprise. We knew he's not a great defender. I don't think he's ever claimed to be a great defender. But the Celtics were relentless. They were merciless the way they attacked him.
Oh yeah, they did. It was almost like a point. When you go in, they tried to prove a point. When you go into pregame, all through scouting and everything else, you could tell they put Luka on that side of attack. Shark bait.
Yeah.
Chum.
Yeah.
Go get him. Go get after Jaylen Brown.
Drooling at the thought of it.
Pitbull, like, go get this guy. Go get your MVP, Jaylen Brown. Go attack him. Yeah. And he did.
Yeah, it's too bad. I maybe exaggerate a little on Luka, but
in what way?
Well, I'm having some fun with the fact that I'm not a big Luka guy, and here he is coming off of a night where he didn't cast himself in the best light. But the thing is, that was a very poor display at a time when his team needed him the most. That's the biggest doubt I've always had about Luka. When push comes to shove, is he a me first or we first? And I think we saw last night, it's his nature to this point. He's still me first, the officials. There were times last night in game 3 of the finals, he wasn't getting back down the court early in the game. Why? Because he's arguing with the officials. You just can't do that. I mean, it's one thing if you do it in March or November of an NBA game, even if it's an in-season tournament game. I mean, that is, to me, it's still inexcusable, but that's one thing. But in the finals, when your team has to win, I don't know. It just shows me that his priorities are a little out of whack for a guy that should be the best player on a team that's trying to win the championship.
Do you think he can, down the road, change it? Do you think that he can take this as a learning step, a learning process of, most people don't get to their first finals and win. Most people have to go through, and the Mavericks have kind of taken the necessary steps, over the last 3 or 4 years. They got jumped on by the Warriors a couple years ago in the Western Conference. Like, they've taken a natural progression in Luka's short career of, getting to the playoffs, winning a series, losing, winning a couple, losing, getting to the Western Conference finals, now getting to the finals. But maybe he just needs to take a little more dosage of the medicine and really, learn to control himself, learn to, what is crazy is, and Brian Windhorst touched on it, he's getting that Jayson kid in certain ways. And I'm like, my boy Sham God, who's an assistant coach on the Dallas Mavericks. Like, you're getting at people like that. I get it. You're the star. You're the man. But you can't get at coaches in some of the ways. I mean, he's calling them all kind of names.
Right. It's not leadership to point at everyone else.
Very true.
Sometimes a leader has to even, that's on me.
Take the fall.
Even when you don't think it is, even when you don't believe it is, you still have to do that. I think we've seen some of that from Kyrie, although before last night he wasn't playing well. So to answer your question, could Luka change? I would never say someone cannot change. I would never say that. But I don't think he will. I wouldn't bet on it. Again, I go back to Windhorst saying his teammates have begged him. His coaches have begged him. His countrymen have begged him, and he just isn't getting over the hump.
It's interesting that Windhorst says that, and I saw that. During what though? On the floor, is it the Draymond and Green situation where players and coaches and executives and whoever around it, ball boy, I don't care who it is, the usher, the security person, have they begged him on the court, or have there been conversations off the court? When you're more level-headed, when you're cooler, on the plane, at lunch, in the work at in the facilities, or are you trying to calm this man down and have conversations during play where I'm up, I'm already turned up, I'm not trying to hear a lot of what you have to say, especially Luka. And you talk about this, Luka being an entertainer. One thing about Luka is you can tell he's kind of got the quality of I'm gonna get in your face and I'm gonna say what I need to say.
Sure.
And it pumps him up. Mm-hmm. It gets him going. And so we know, and I guess that's what you're saying. It takes a certain type of person to be able to rile himself up and then at the same time be level-headed when you need to be. I'm just not sure you have those conversations with those type of people when they're already riled up. It's like, let the smoke clear, cooler heads prevail. Let's have a conversation tomorrow over, a Starbucks or whatever we can, and relax a little bit. And let me really try to decipher and talk to you. And now, to me, I'll say this. I've always thought, kind of bringing that local, I always thought that was DeMarcus Cousins' situation. I'm not saying people didn't have a conversation with him off the floor. Now, DeMarcus is a little more demonstrative on the floor than Luka, just a little bit. It seems like Luka's catching up to him. But I always thought we lacked a certain type of person to speak to DeMarcus.
Yeah, it's a great point. Conversation continues. I'll tell you why I don't think that's what's going on with Luka. Also, tell me again why Tatum's better than Brown, please, somebody, when we come right back to Sactown Sports.
Subscribe to Sactown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys, live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sactown Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave inviting you to make the switch to electric this spring and save big with American Energy. Stay ahead of those spiking energy bills this summer with up to $9,000 in rebates on a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. American Energy is providing huge rebates from SMUD as well as spring specials by installing one of many incredibly efficient AC options available to you right now. Get rid of those fluctuating gas bills in the winter and switch to year-round all-electric with American Energy. Let them perform a free in-home energy efficiency analysis and see where they can help you save for the warmer months ahead. These guys are the best. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
How about this from Compio in the chat? Luka is a great talent, but doesn't know how to win a championship basketball game. You could say that, I think, to Jay's point. I agree with you, Compio. I think, in all fairness, you could say that about a lot of younger players. But obviously what we're really talking about here is an unwillingness, what appears to be an unwillingness on his side to just address some of the things that people have been begging him, according to Windhorst, to address. My answer to your question, Jay, in my opinion, the way Brian Windhorst spells it out, this isn't just somewhere during games people are going, hey, come on, Luka, focus. I think it's something where off the court, his coaches, his countrymen, they try to address him in those moments, like you say, like, hey, now that we're out here having, probably too many beers than you should be having, let's just talk about this. Let's just talk about this a little bit, Hey, and I'll bet you anything Luke's like, You're so right. You're so right. I know, man. I know. I got it. And then the game starts, and then like, why do you hate me? Which he literally has said to officials during the game, is my understanding. He has said, why do you hate me? So maybe he has a giant persecution complex that he needs to address. That's not a diagnosis or anything. That's just kind of a general term. So it's okay to say that. He clearly has something going on where the officials are always making the wrong call. They're always out to get him. And plus, he was frustrated last night because he's banged up and he didn't make a lot of shots last night, which I know would be frustrating.
Yeah. I think he's had some conversation. I would be almost crazy to think they haven't had some conversations.
Sacramento Kings.
He hasn't had conversations with people, off the court with the coaches. Luke could be a better representation of us as a team.
I'll tell you this, Jay. You were talking about when they lost to the Warriors in the conference finals a couple of years ago. I remember after that, Jayson Kidd coming out after they lost that series saying, I think Luke has to look at a guy like Steph and look at the level of fitness you have to compete at this level. So that's another thing that they have been trying to get him to recognize.
I think the fitness thing is definitely something that people have always looked at Luka as like, he's a little soft in the breadbasket area. He doesn't come into the season in tip-top condition, the best condition that he probably could have. May not have went overtime, when it comes to the workouts, and at nighttime, maybe he hadn't put in the 2 a days. He's only giving little basketball shots, not the cardio.
Yeah.
But I think there, maturation is key. I'm not the same person I am at 40 as I was at 25 years old, and I think Luka's 25 or 26, 25, right?
25.
Yeah. And so there's time. And as much as you just said, there's always time for a person to change. You can always change if you want to. I'm a true believer of that. I think anyone can change their stripes. You could be 80 years old, and I'm a firm believer. If you be quiet, pay attention, you can learn from a baby. You just never know what you can pick up from something. And so I'm not sure he will ever change. I do think there's an opportunity for Luka to change. I would also be interested to see how long Dallas, and because he's such an anomaly on the basketball court, like he's an animal. He does what he wants to do 9 times out of 10. I'd be very interested to see how long they stay with Luka in the form of, we need to bring someone here that may be a little more demonstrative or maybe more of a leader than you are, and maybe not be your equal on the floor, when it comes to talent and points and statistics and then a box score. But you're not going to push over what it sounds like some of these teammates are kind of just like, that's Luka, and we're going to have the conversations. But I haven't heard anybody stand up and be like, listen, brother, we're going to have to get this done. And so it'd be interesting to see how long they ride this out without bringing in a Bobby Portis, without bringing in a Pat Beverly, somebody who has an attitude or an ego just as big as him and is not afraid, don't really care that you, Luka Doncic, you say something ridiculous to me, you might get caught, and so it's going to be interesting to see how long they ride this. Luka is the leader. Luka is the man when it comes to, wearing the captain on his chest.
Well, here's why that's tricky for him, I think. And let's be honest, that right now, Dallas, they're disappointed. Opportunity squandered, a couple in the series, but they're in the finals. Luka has been a tremendous star for them. It's worked out, as you said, a couple years ago, conference finals. So, they're disappointed they're not playing better in the series, but this has been a really good year for them, and they're really happy with him. But to your point, in my opinion, where that gets tricky for them is, bottom line for this franchise is, it's not winning, it's keeping Luka. It's kind of like with the Bucks. They want to win, but they have to keep Giannis. That's the first priority. So with Luka, it's like, well, anything we do to help us win, what if Luka doesn't like it? We can't do it. So I think that's where that gets tricky, because if Luka leaves, everything they do is built on him. So you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that's really tricky.
Really,
what you're talking about. And maybe there's you can thread the needle, as everyone is saying now about the Kings and everything else, but it's just tricky. Look at, Porzingis and Luka, their offense was it the bubble year? It was one of the most prolific offenses ever, but Luka and Porzingis didn't get along. And so guess who had to go?
Yeah, but Porzingis, I think the only, I guess the flip to that too, White, is two things. I just talked about having someone who is as demonstrative as him when it comes to leadership, being a captain, attitude, ego. But when you're talking about someone who is a star, a secondary, or maybe even a first top flight star, the reason why I think it worked with Porzingis and it works with Kyrie, as much as Kyrie talks, he's not really like vindictive when it comes to his, his teammates. He's really not the look at me type of guy.
Like, put your arm around a guy. Hey, let me tell you how this is really supposed to
be.
Like you're talking about somebody's going to get chest to chest.
Absolutely.
We don't do that bleep anymore.
Come on now. Yeah. Like let's turn it up a different notch and let's go win a championship. And at the same time, I might not be as equal, but I'm pretty close, if not better. It could be opposite too, could be someone you bring in who you might consider better. You might, like, if you send KD down to Dallas, even right now, I think KD has enough cachet of who he is, what he does, what he brings, has an attitude, like he's not the guy that look at me, but on the court, he's an assassin. Like Luka's not going to be able to do certain things and look over and KD not looking back at him. Right. And so sometimes you got to bring like-minded people in. Sometimes you got to bring the opposite, opposites attract. I think you also have to have a leader, a captain. I think Jason Kidd is quite, I think he's 50 to 75% of that. We all know that players outweigh coaches these days. Of course, Jason Kidd is an anomaly in the fact that he was a player turned to a coach. But when you sit down and we have a drop here from Jason Kidd. One of the things he said last year, I'm not playing, I'm coaching, I'm watching is the drop. And most coaches don't say that, like I'm not playing, I'm watching. Yeah, you are, but you can also dictate some things. You can also, be the queen or the king on the board and move some pawns and rooks. And so I think if you bring someone to Dallas that Luka may have the respect factor for, or someone who's going to earn his respect, we may see a different Luka. We may never, though. We may be looking at a Draymond situation. I'm not sure.
Here's the thing, and I appreciate your points. You make great points. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I think with Luka, right now Dallas has to look at this, and Jason Kidd's done a really good job with this team.
Yes, he has.
Look where they are again. Yeah. And now last night, understandably, he wasn't waving the white flag, but he was starting to get it out because he was saying, we're a young team. This is a great experience for us. This isn't a bad thing. This is a good thing. But that deep down they're going, we could be in better shape in this series.
Yes.
It's Luka's first and it's a learning experience, but one of these last two games we probably should have won. Why didn't we? Well, Luka still doesn't seem to be wanting to accept some of the sacrifices he has to make. So that's where they are. It's like, this has been great, but here we are bumping into that same old problem. When is Luka going to get it? If he would understand and become more of a leader, we might have won the last two games. Who knows? But the picture would be a lot more bright. And the other side of that is, if he never does, this may be as far as they ever get.
Yeah, it's true. I think they haven't reached that max, that ceiling yet, because again, they've kind of taken the necessary steps, the last 3, 4, 5 years in Luka's career to where, so I think right now they may attest this to, well, this is our first finals run.
Right.
And this is the first adversary that we're going to see when it comes to Luka. And he has to learn. He's got to take the necessary steps to get better in the finals. And part of that, everything is elevated right now because it's the NBA finals and that all eyes are on Dallas and Boston. Luka's been this person. You've been saying that since the beginning of the Dry Guys. Look, I'm not a Luka guy because he's like a look at me guy. As you talked about the last couple of weeks, he's an entertainer, not a player sometimes. So I think they're looking at it as, well, hopefully he can learn, build from this. When you got guys like Brian Windhorst who are around basketball and that's their job to find, be critique, be an analyst, be a reporter, be an insider. You can't just come on and say ho-hum stuff. But I will say this, Luka's definitely giving people ammunition. And that's why I started the show with saying, I knew you sat back in that sofa, that love seat of yours in the Gleason household and said, it's all rising to the top.
here's what Lucas said. I think this was today. I just really want to win. Sometimes I don't show it the right way, but at the end of the day, I really want to win. I've got to do a better job showing it a different way. It's like, that sounds great. So if he's able to show more tolerance, more leadership in the next game, the game on Friday, even if they lost that game, I think if Lucas shows a leadership side of him that we've never seen before, even if they get swept, I think Dallas could go, you know what, this could have been a better series, but we had a great year, and maybe Luka learned that absolutely vital lesson that we needed him to learn, and maybe this is a stepping stone. I'm with you. Everybody can learn. I'm skeptical that he will, but he certainly can, and he's not a dummy. He's a smart guy. So maybe he's realizing, if I really want to win, I'm going to have to make some of these sacrifices that people are talking about.
Well, he better learn fast, because one thing about it is there's a lot of people gunning for him. There's a lot of people who are like White G, who don't want to see him win, don't want to see him succeed. And he's fallen into the category of, I'm proving you guys right. Mm-hmm. He's talented. Obviously, he's been able to take his team far, with this being his first NBA finals and in a very short time. Draper talks about he's got one of the best starts to his career ever when it comes to numbers and accomplishments. And so, as much as all of that sounds good, we've seen it with the Draymond, the DeMarcus Cousins. We've seen plenty of players, unfortunately, fall to the wayside and not be able to accomplish the ultimate feat because of their attitude.
When we come back, the latest on the Sasha saga with Brendan Nunes next. Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
At the Good Feet store, we take pain very seriously. Whether in the foot, knee, hip, or back, Good Feet makes over 300 styles, flexibilities, and sizes of pain-relieving arch supports. With 26 bones, 30 joints, and over 100 muscles, tendons, and ligaments in each foot, a lot can go painfully wrong. So there's a trained arch support specialist at each Good Feet store to give you a precision fit. Come in for a free fitting and test walk. No appointment necessary. Good Feet arch supports are HSA, FSA eligible.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Vacaville. Online at goodfeet.com.
Award-winning country sensation Lee Brice is back.
One of them girls that ain't trying to meet nobody. You're just here.
Live in concert. Friday, June 28th, 7:30 p.m. The venue in Thunder Valley. Lee Brice. Special guest Abby Anderson. The venue at Thunder Valley. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss Lee Brice live.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
The doctor's office that accidentally mixed up your files has your social security number. The power company that mistakenly cut your service has your payment info. And the hotel that lost your reservation has your passport number. You need LifeLock because your personal info is in endless places that can expose you to identity thieves. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points every second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it. Guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
No one knows the importance of a great assist more than Lowe's and Leo Messi. That's why we've teamed up to give MVP's Pro Rewards members 10 times the points when Messi makes an assist during CONMEBOL Copa America USA 2024. Activate this offer starting June 20th, so when Messi assists, you score. Shop the day after an assist to earn those extra points. Not an MVP's Pro Rewards member? Join today.
Capital Casino has been serving the greater Sacramento area in the same convenient downtown location for over 20 years, with plenty of close-by, well-lit parking monitored by security staff and offering the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Best food, best service, and the best action. That's Capital Casino. For more information on tournaments and gaming, check out their website at capital-casino.com. And please remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Maida Chevy saves you $12,000 off MSRP on every new half-ton Silverado LT Turbo Max. In stock after rebates. Always 5 to choose from.
Exclusive. All in-stock pricing at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
See deal for details. M7124.
We slide over to North Carolina and hit the course at Pinehurst for our U.S. Open update. Long Beach's own Patrick Cantley, who finished at 5 under today in his first round, currently leads the 124th U.S. Open. Rory McIlroy and Bryson DeChambeau are 2 of the 3 golfers sitting at 3 under, while Tony Finau sits at 2 under. This update is brought to you by Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality. Now more of the Drive Guys with White G and myself.
The NFL's leading rusher plays here.
A handoff to McCaffrey, walks in the end zone. Handoff to McCaffrey, takes it right down to the goal line. He does his thing again. McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles a man. 10-5. Touchdown! CMC!
You can hear all of Christian McCaffrey's touchdowns on your home for 49ers football. Sactown Sports.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Brendan Nunes, our Kings Insider, coming up. Jay just gave us the U.S. Open update. Tiger today birdied the first hole he played, and people were going nuts because after his first hole, Tiger Woods was leading the U.S. Open at 1 under. He finished 4 over, so it's going to be tough for him to make the cut. No surprise there. But here's a golf question before we get back to basketball. I think this is Feinstein might have been the first to ask this question. I think it's something that golfers kind of throw around sometimes. Jay, if you could, would you rather win the Masters or the U.S. Open? Now, I know you're not a big golfer, but if you had to pick one of those, you can win one of these majors. Are you a Masters guy or a U.S. Open guy? Because it kind of says a lot about who you are. I'm a U.S. Open guy because that's like the Open, it's our national championship. But some people prefer the pomp and circumstance of the Masters.
Yeah, I think we had a slight conversation about this. I'm not the biggest fan of the Masters because of the history that has happened at the Masters.
Sure.
And people seem to overlook it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go U.S. Open.
There you go.
Doesn't really matter to me both, but yeah,
right.
I'd go U.S. Open.
I don't have to worry about either
I'd go U.S. Open. A lot of people, when you talk to people who play golf, who indulge themselves in golf, who love golf, everyone's going to say the Masters. Most people are going to, you got to go with Augusta and the Pimento Sound. Yeah, but it is a tradition unlike any other.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, because there was plenty of times they weren't let a lot of people with color on their skin play or attend, and so for me, the Masters is highly overrated. People don't like to have that conversation. I'm the wrong person to have it, I guess.
Gotcha. No, it's not the answer everyone gives, but it's a good answer. Legitimate. So thank you. There's news today, question mark, on Sasha. The reason I qualified is because I'm not sure any of this really qualified as news. We had a story that came out this weekend about Sasha Vezenkov, and first the story was, of course, that the Kings told him he's not in their plans. Then right after that, there was another story, both of them emanating from Europe. Another story that knows Sasha is asked out. He's told the Kings he might not want to come back. Neither one of them made a ton of sense. The second one especially didn't seem to make any sense. So we have this today from, as you may have heard, Fox 40's Sean Cunningham. And Sean Cunningham, talking to some sources, says, bottom line, it comes down to this. While Sasha Vezenkov remains frustrated with the lack of playing time in his first NBA season with the Kings, I'm told by several sources that there is no truth to the report of his desire to leave the NBA. One source close to Vezenkov called the report off base. Well, it doesn't mean he doesn't have a desire to leave the Kings. See, I still think somebody told him, look, you might get traded, and then that got twisted, somehow got leaked, and it ends up with a report that Sasha has demanded he wants out. He has no leverage to demand that he can't go back to Europe because of the contractual thing. And besides, given everything else the Kings have to accomplish this year, as Jerry Reynolds said yesterday, Sasha's not that big of an issue.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely not. He didn't play a big part in what the Kings did or what they,
Right.
Maybe their plans were different last year, but when it came out in the action that actually took place, he wasn't a big deal in the rotation, didn't get a lot of time. Of course, he was injured a few, multiple times throughout the season. I don't know, Whitey. I think when there's smoke, there's fire in this topic, in this situation. I don't think he has the power to do certain things, which is why I think he and his, camp are spinning certain things. And then at the same time, we know the team has an idea what they want to do as well. Mm-hmm. I think there's something to it. He might not want to, maybe this is his way of saying like, look, I don't want to sit on the bench. If I come back for the Sacramento Kings, I might want to start, or I want to at least, log 20, 25 minutes. I do think there's something to it though. Yeah, I'm not sure if they're completely off base, and I'm not disputing Sean Cunningham, disputing Sean Cunningham's report, because he's getting his report as well, and that's of course one of my guys, friend of the show. I think there's something to it though, and maybe that person who Sean, is source, they're not going to say everything, just like everybody else isn't going to tell the whole story. But I think there's something to it. You can't just all of a sudden report, which we got from Eurohoops.net, that Sasha isn't happy. And that's what I'm taking from it. Yeah. He's not happy.
Right. We kind of knew that. And by the way, to your point about Sean Cunningham is sharing what sources have told him. He says several sources. So he's saying, this is what I've been told.
Yes.
Now, if that's not true, it's still true that people told him.
That's
Obviously,
right.
He wouldn't run with it if he didn't think there was some veracity there, but he's just sharing what sources
and
have
didn't
told
trust
him.
that.
Yeah.
Trust him as well.
Multiple sources. He says, I've also been told the Kings want to keep Sasha, but there's also a market for him. Sacramento, or perhaps another team that offers a larger rotational role, remains to be seen. So again, to me, I think it's a matter of the Kings letting him know you're probably not going to be here next year. And because they're working on these bigger deals. Then once that spills out, it's like, well, we don't want teams to know we don't want them.
Yep.
Because then it's harder to trade them.
Yep.
If we say, hey, how about Sasha? And they go, you don't even want him.
Yeah. But the one thing, and let me make sure I put this out there, kind of correct myself. I think what Sean is doing is to me, it sounds like this, and I haven't checked with Sean to be completely honest. It sounds like his sources are coming from the team, while we kind of got the Euro.net sources was kind of like that seemed like from Sasha's camp and or Sasha himself, his agent, someone like that. And so this is kind of like the back and forth, the vice versa. I think Sean is doing a great job from the team point of view, where Euro.net seems to be saying, Sasha's not happy. But just what you said, the Kings can't come out and say anything negative about it because they lose the asset.
Yeah.
So
I think leverage in a potential deal.
Someone probably reached out to Sean. You're one of the most trusted sources of Sacramento Kings, if not the most trusted person. Let's go ahead and put that out there. The team, we want you. We want you. We love you. We need you. What the same situation of he is an asset and we could spin him.
Yeah, right. People are wondering about Emmy in the chat. We heard from Emmy earlier this week. We heard from her. I think she called in on Monday when all this Sasha stuff was breaking all over the place. So Emmy, EMI Compio calls her the European Insider, Emmy. So yes, European Main Insider, Emmy. That's from Martin. Yeah, we heard it from her a few days ago. With everything swirling around Sasha, I know Sasha's very disappointed. Bottom line, Jay, I wouldn't be surprised if ultimately the Kings were as disappointed with him as he was with how little he played.
You think it's disappointing in how he played, or because he wasn't healthy, or a combination of all? Why do you think the Kings were disappointed in him?
Because he didn't play better. The injuries are obviously, everyone was disappointed with that.
Sure.
But I'm assuming that he didn't play well enough in practice to earn more regular minutes. That's the other thing. None of us, we don't see the practices.
Sure.
Even if you go to practice, they don't let you watch it.
I know.
They put the curtain up.
Very rarely. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
People are assuming that Coach Brown, that he never wanted him here, and that may be true. But it's also possible that he was enthused about it, but they saw the guy play in scrimmages and practice and just felt like, nah, we're going to get killed with that guy.
He's not what we need, what we thought could be. So a couple days ago, we talked about how the whole Kings brass went over to see Sasha. They garnered his rights from Cleveland. If there was any question that Sasha wasn't going to make it, despite the fact of him coming over and then seeing and say, well, maybe, and we're speculating. We don't know what the Kings think of Sasha. Then why go through all of it? And this goes back to what you have been talking about. Maybe spinning Sasha before he played and the value was at an all-time high was probably the right thing to do, in the fact that you already had his rights. And if you had any question he wasn't going to be the player that you thought or get close to or could be productive, maybe the move was to spin Sasha.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, maybe what it seems like you're right today a few times. Unlike Drapes, I don't mind giving you your love.
I appreciate that.
Drapes wouldn't give you your love.
No, he gets the most sour face. Oh, nice. Yeah, maybe you were right.
That's time. But I mean, isn't that true? Maybe he was a product that needed to be spun. Like, it's okay to acquire a product and spin it for something better.
It's a gamble, right?
Yes,
You don't know.
is.
His value was pretty high, I would think, when he came over. It's like, this is EuroLeague MVP. He comes here. If he plays well, it goes up. If he doesn't play well, then no one's really
Those guys
that interested.
Yeah, and he signed 3 for $20.
Yes.
So it was 2. There's an option in the third year. Yeah, which I would imagine it's probably a player option. I have to go triple check that to be 100%.
I also think the way the Kings this year, they didn't have a lot of wiggle room. It was like, you guys got to make the playoffs, which I know they didn't do.
Yeah.
But, close. So there wasn't a lot of, well, let's see what Kobe does if we give him a few minutes. Let's give Sasha a little bit of run. You know what I mean? There was really not that much room for that. It was, we've got to win every one of these games.
Yeah.
We don't have any developmental time for anybody this year.
Yeah, I understand that, but I think that's where you have to be better as a coach. I think that's where you have to be better as an organization. That's where your assistant coaches, infuse into what's going on as far as an organization and as a team. I'm not saying the Sacramento Kings haven't, because to be honest, I don't know what Kobe Jones is. He hadn't played.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know what's going on. I'll be completely honest. I still don't know what Sasha is.
Right.
I know he's a shooter. I know he's got a quick release. He's kind of got that Dan Marino. As soon as it's in his hand, he's letting it go. I don't know.
He's got that weird bow and arrow thing.
Yeah,
I've never seen anyone do that. It's cool.
Yeah.
I've just never seen anyone do it.
So, I think he still has some value throughout the association, and the fact that he's still kind of a guessing game. We don't really know what he really is. Besides, we know he can shoot, and we know right now he's injury prone.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to press my luck here. We won't know if I'm right for a while here. You've pointed out, thank you, that looks like I've been right a couple times today. Sasha is already all but part of a deal, in my opinion. He's already included in a couple deals the Kings like a lot. They're not finalized yet. Some of them hinge on who gets picked by whom and when, but I think he's probably already all but gone in a trade somewhere. He may know, the Kings certainly know, but it's going to depend on, he could go there. If this guy goes, he might end up going there, but I think he's probably already gone. And I still think the reason we heard about any of this was because that got out and it was distorted a little bit to kind of cover up people's tracks. Do we have Brendan?
No, you think he's out?
Yeah, I think he's already pretty much out. I
Really?
think he's been traded for something of value. I don't think it's like, we got to get rid of this guy, but I think it's like, wow, we can move him on and get something we like. We'll find out soon
Mutually.
enough.
You think this is going to happen mutually?
Well, it doesn't, he has no say, but I think he'll be happy to be out.
Oh, I mean, okay.
Yeah.
I guess when you say no say, he technically doesn't have no say, but how many times can we talk about, players forcing themselves out of a situation? I think there's always a say in the NBA. That's just kind of the way that the association is ran. Mutually, I could see them saying, look, we'll help you get out of here for something that means something to us. And, whoever Sasha's agent is, you can go out there, find some deals as well.
Yeah, maybe
we hear those type of situations be reported all the time.
Yeah, maybe it's that. Hey, go out, find something. If we like it, we'll help you out. You help us out.
Let me ask you a question. Would you mind if Sasha came back here?
No, but it depends on how Mike Brown really feels about him.
Okay.
You know what I mean? If Mike Brown has given up, so this guy is not going to help us, he's of no use to you. If they think he was hurt, but he can still shoot, I'm still open to him helping out a little bit. But it's a tough year. Very disappointing for everybody. Time to move on. When we come back, we'll move on to this. Joel Embiid is asking the question that I think has already been answered about these NBA Finals. Drive Guys with that next on Sactown Sports.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
I love you. Also, I'm a robot. With T-Mobile, you can save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, we'll pay off your locked AT&T phone up to $650 and you'll get a new 5G phone for free. Pay off via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Free phone up to $830 via 24 monthly bill credits with qualifying planning credit plus tax and $35 connection charge. Contact us before canceling to continue bill credits or they stop and required finance agreement balances due. See T-Mobile.com.
You're going to feel a puff of air.
Jong's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
My good friends, Dr. Jack Friedlander and Dr. Pash in Roseville and in San Francisco are offering not only confidence, not only security, but also the ability, if you ain't insecure, to go from the roster to the all-star team. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about UpsizeMatters.com. Time after time, vote after vote, circumference, or as we call it, girth, is consistently ranked as the most important attribute. And Dr. Jack and Dr. Pash can give you a free consultation. The procedure can be done on the same day as your consultation with immediate results. It's non-surgical. It's virtually pain-free, safe, effective, long-lasting, semi-permanent, and doctor-performed. For more information, go to UpsizeMatters.com. Go to UpsizeMatters.com. Make that change. Make the all-star team. Get your girth on.
Got a drain that's clogged up? Or maybe a toilet? Or a faucet that just won't quit leaking? Kenny and Jerry are here from Bell Brothers, and we want you to know that it does make a difference which plumber you call.
At Bell Brothers, we respect your time by showing up when we say we'll be there. Our technicians are all background checked and drug tested and will greet you with a smile.
They're trained to do the job right the first time, and they carry over 1,000 parts on their trucks, so they won't have to order something and then come back later.
They leave the work area cleaner than they found it, and your final bill will be the same as they quoted. That's why they call us the No Surprise Guys.
So if you need a plumber, it does make a difference who you call. Call Bell Brothers. Our number is 916-444-1234 or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com. That's 916-444-1234 or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. What's happening, Chad, for Chrysler's Make This the Summer event?
If you need a new Ram, Hoblet has it, and now with even more savings. Right now, you can save up to $14,000 off MSRP on new 2024 Ram 1500 Hemi 4x4 crew cabs. That means you can get a new 2024 Ram 1500 started at only $36,995.
Okay, so you have Ram trucks, but how do I know you have the one I want?
We are California's #1 Ram truck dealer, which means we have over 500 Ram trucks available. And if for some reason we don't have your truck in stock, we will get it for you. But if you're looking for a hard-to-find Ram truck, Hoblet should be your first stop.
If you need a new Ram truck, Hoblet has it. Stop by for a test drive today or search, select, and save at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
14,000 total net savings after 6,000 factory rebates and the 8,000 dealer discount. Rebates include 2,000 Chrysler Capital bonus cash. Must finance with Chrysler Capital qualify. 5 with this net savings. $36,995 on 2024 Ram 1500 quad caps. Net price after 3,000 factory rebates. Sample VIN 209121. See dealer for details.
Sacramento, Dirk Bentley is coming to town.
Hey y'all, this is Dirk Bentley.
Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends.
This is Bonnie.
Take my hand, let me make you mine.
Hey, it's Dasha. Hit your boots. Kelsey Hart and more. Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets before they sell out at CITPfest.com. Brought to you by Hyatt Vacation Club and Xfinity.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sactown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting SactownSports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Is it true? Was JaVale McGee on McAfee today?
He was.
How about that? Promoting Jug Life?
Yep.
Oh, you got to get out there Saturday. It's going to be tremendous.
Absolutely. Yeah. Are you coming out? Are you going to the Bay Area? Okay.
It's my wedding anniversary that day, and we'll be in the what I call the Bay Area.
That's right, my man.
Yeah.
Enjoy yourself, brother. Congratulations.
Thank
Do you mind if I ask what year this is?
I'll give you
one of many.
I'll give you one guess.
Just say one of many.
It is one.
There you go. That works for me.
Next year's a very big one, so I'll wait till next year.
30 next year? 40?
I'll tell you next year.
50 shots? Come on now.
No.
50 shots? That would mean you're like 90. Come on.
No. Now, what are you doing for the game Saturday?
I will be hosting, emceeing at the Jug Life event, charity event, and super excited. Definitely, they released a few names today of who will be in attendance. Baron Davis.
Nice.
Yeah. Terrell Owens.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so a couple other people they've dropped. I believe the official list comes out later today. I believe at 6:00. Soon as we're done. Yeah, but I'll see if I can get an insight. Yeah, let me see if I can get an inside information about it. But super excited to be out there emceeing, hosting, moving and grooving up and down the infield. Won't be taking any ground balls, but I'll definitely be getting the inside information. You can lock in right here. Sac Sports 1140 is your boy. I'll be taking over social networks.
Yeah.
Of course, juglife.com or juglifewater.com. I'll be jumping on there as well. We're going to be doing what we can do, representing the Drive guys.
Yeah, they chose wisely. Have fun. By the way, my Jay's baseball anecdote. We'll get on back to basketball, but I saw this today, Jay. Jay's a real baseball guy. Played high-level baseball for a long time. The Major League average batting average right now.
Ooh,
you know what it is?
I'm going to say
average
221.
It's 240. That's still, I think, the lowest since 1968.
Almost ever. Yeah, that's terrible. That's when the dead ball
that drives
era.
Him crazy.
The dead ball era. Almost. That was almost at the back end of the dead ball era.
Yeah.
241.
Yeah.
How many people are hitting 300 this year? Maybe that's a question we should look at one day.
Well, Luis Ariz with the San Diego, he's kind of a throw. He worked with Rod Carew, and people compare him to Tony Gwynn. And the funny thing is, like, those guys who are legends, now people look at that and go, why would I do that? What do I care if I hit 350?
Why would I want to be a hitter?
I gotta hit home runs. Why those guys didn't hit home runs? Why do I want to do that?
Yeah,
I'm not saying they're right, but that's what they say.
I'm going to MLB player batting stats 2024. We'll shoot straight to average.
Yeah, you might have to put a filter on it because there's probably a zillion guys who've been up 8 times or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm going registering. You can qualify.
Okay.
Qualify for at bats. That's what I put the filter on.
Yeah.
Right now. So
that's
that would be
3.1 plate appearances
2, 3,
per game.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 guys hitting over 300.
That's not terrible.
That's terrible. 11?
6 in one league, 5 in the other. I don't know how it breaks down.
You have
how high are we?
You have
so to speak
330. 330 is Bobby Witt Jr. of the Royals. And then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 guys hitting 290. So 22 guys, 290 in the butt. 22, only 22?
Yeah, it's still
Which
early.
means it should be someone be hovering around 400 right now.
That could be. Yeah, you may be right. Speaking of numbers, 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Rich has been hanging on. Hey, Rich, what's up?
All right, guys, enjoy the show. Good dialogue. It gets me interested.
Great.
I just heard the tail end of you mention something about Sasha, but I had thoughts about that and Mike Brown coaching, and it's kind of good that Drapes isn't there because he's Mike Brown's bodyguard, and if you say anything about Mike Brown, he gets your butt kicked. So, and just because he's paid to do that, it doesn't matter. He probably really Mike's a great guy, but anyway. I think that if you looked at the Kings objectively and you weren't married to the axiom, when Mike Brown came in, we had 2 winning seasons. If you stop that kind of faulty logic, I think that his management of personnel, I'd have to give him a D-. And this is why. He was locked into Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes, even if there was a Category 5 cyclone hitting the arena. And losing to a team like Oklahoma City 6 or 7 times in a row without the ability to make adjustments, and a couple of those times without Zion, shows that either he lacks creativity, there's something missing in his coaching style. I mean, you had a guy that was the EuroLeague MVP. You wouldn't give the guy a sniff when Kevin Huerter was stinking up the court and Harrison would take sabbaticals off and on during the season while he was on the court. So he never gave Sasha a chance. And he frankly, Kobe either. And he finally had the revelation of playing the dude at backcourt now, who's the good defender.
Neon
Keon. If you look at Mike Brown's coaching and drop the trip, but we had 2 winning seasons, he was awful. In other words, again, it's not about Mike the person, but his management of personnel and his coaching. And I think Sasha should have been given a fair shot because Huerter was stinking up the court. Anyway, that's my comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. No, thanks. And we, give you a chance to share. I think it's fair to question Mike Brown's substitution patterns because even Matt Barnes, when he came out, Matt Barnes has no axe to grind with Mike Brown. And he said, some of his substitution patterns were a little iffy. So I think that's fair. But I also think the problem, you said something was wrong with Mike or what did he lack? I think he lacked a better roster, Yeah,
that's part of it.
Yeah, I think that was a big factor that he did not have a lot of options. And should Sasha have played more? It kind of looks like it based on what we saw. But again, I'm guessing that based on what Mike Brown saw in practice, he had reasons not to play him more.
Yeah, I second that in a lot of ways. I will say this. I think.
But I'm making an assumption.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I will say this, though. I think Rich has some valid points in the form of.
He had you laughing about the Category 5 hurt.
Yeah, because there are times where, Coach Brown was questioned as far as why are you sticking with guys who aren't performing? And to me, I'm not saying, who am I? Look, I never sat down in the press conference and asked those questions, tried to put the fire on Mike Brown. Technically that's not my job. I did have opportunity. I can go down there as a credential member and ask those questions, but I thought there was a lack of fire to Mike Brown's feet when it came to answering those questions.
Mm-hmm.
The other part of it too is though, when those questions were asked, I always thought there was a wiggle out of it. There was not a real distinct 100% answer. And to me, that's why we continue to get callers like Rich. It's why we continue to have people who second guess some of the things that are being done down there, because quite frankly, there were times where, as Rich said, a Category 5, hurricane could have hit Golden One Center, and we seen it. There were some players not getting it done, and they continuously got opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. And so, I think Rich has some valid points.
Yeah. Someone else here, is it Michael Mleck Jr. says the roster was fine enough to win 50 or more. I don't agree, true. Michael. Yeah. I don't think it was. They were close. I think the reason they played Huerter so much, I think is 2 things. One, I think Mike Brown felt like they needed, in order to be as good as they wanted to be, they needed Huerter to find it again. They needed him to become the player he'd been the year before. He had proven he could be a really good player. And then 2, I still think they were trying to move him at the deadline. And a guy is devalued if you bench him. It's like, oh, what about this guy? We don't want that guy. You benched him. Why should we take him? That might have had something to do with Barnes playing as much as he did too. With Barnes, though, I think Barnes did more than it looked like sometimes. But I think bottom line, he didn't have a lot of options. Was Sasha a viable option? I understand the frustration. Someone says, would he have played more if he hadn't gotten hurt? I think so.
Yeah,
because I think Sasha was starting to get a few more minutes right before he sprained both ankles.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
I disagree with all the Brown criticism, but I understand it. And I know that obviously, no matter what you think, there are some solid points to be made there. I think
correct me if I'm wrong, your starting point is he didn't have the proper tools in his tool belt to fix the job.
What I'm saying.
Yeah. He put a little twine, a little rope, a little glue, Elmer's glue on it and got it through, but the plane really needed some bolts, screws, washers type situation. I understand what you're saying, but I would also, and this is something that I continue to always talk about, is it's the backup or the quarterback syndrome that's in the NFL. I'm tired of the rewash stuff.
Yeah.
And I think certain fans were kind of at that point. It's like, look, okay, we're 60 games in. He's not going to get it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's at least see if we have something else down the line. And, as we say, we're not privy to what's going on in practice.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Boy, look at that. Time got away from me, Jay. Sorry about that. When we come back with a sweep looming, tell you what Joel Embiid said, sure, but I'll tell you why Dallas may still have a shot at making this a series. I know you don't want to hear it, Jay, but here's why Dallas may still have a shot at making this a series when we come back. Drive Guys, Sactown Sports.
Sound like you rooting for Luka.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton & Price. Whether you've been injured on a bicycle, as a pedestrian in a slip and fall, auto, Uber, Lyft, or big rig accident, you need Ashton & Price in your corner. When you call Ashton & Price, there's no chatbot telling you to hit 3 for accounting. You're greeted by a real-life person who will immediately transfer you to an experienced attorney. The consultation's free, and there's never a fee until you win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Hey sports fans, it's JaVale McGee here. Are you ready for the event of the summer? It's the Jug Life Charity Softball Game hosted at Sutter Health Park on Saturday, June 15th. Join me and all my celebrity friends for the #1 event of the summer as our incredible community comes together for a cause that counts. The Jug Life Charity Softball Game isn't just about softball. It's about giving back. All proceeds go to the water education programs and providing clean water to communities in need. Thanks to your support, our team with Jug Life is making a real difference, bringing hope and health to those who need it the most. Bring your family and friends for a day you won't forget. Cheer on your favorite stars as they hit it out the park for a great cause. Come celebrate Father's Day weekend at the Jug Life Charity Softball Game that's happening on Saturday, June 15th. Don't miss out. Get your tickets now at juglifewater.com. That's juglifewater.com. Join us, have fun, and make a difference. Jug Life. Drink water, give water, save water.
It's the Make This the Summer event, and it's going on now at Lodi Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Hi, everyone. Leonard Harrington here, and I want to tell you how we make your buying experience at Lodi CDJR as easy as possible. You can come in for a visit, or you can do everything online at LodiCDJR.com. Just pick out the make and model you want and scroll through our large in-stock inventory. Next, schedule a test drive at the click of a button. If you want to finance your vehicle, you can start your paperwork online too, saving you plenty of time before you get here. And if you're looking to sell your vehicle or looking to buy, we'll give you an instant cash offer online too. At Lodi Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, we make it easier than ever to put you into a new vehicle. It's what we do. Online at LodiCDJR.com or in person. We're right off 99 in Kettleman, where we're open till 9 every night and Sundays after church.
Prices are better at the Low Price Center. Lodi Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Visit us at LodiCDJR.com.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Well, we've got the Boston Celtics this close to their 18th championship. We've got a lot of people saying this thing is over. We spent a lot of the first hour examining the lack of leadership that was exhibited by Luka last night. I take only a little pleasure in that, Jay, in that conversation.
Okay, I was going to say, you were going to say none. I was getting ready to hit you.
Why you always lying?
I take some satisfaction.
Of course you do.
Because that Luka that we saw last night, that's the guy that I've been saying, but. So we'll see how he responds. Here's why I would say that despite the fact that Boston's been dominant, here's why I think Dallas still has a chance to make it a series.
What's a series? What does that even mean?
Like win a couple games. Like if they win the next game and lose, that's not a series. I'm saying they have a chance to make it like 3. If it's 3-2, would it be a series?
No.
No?
Yeah, because they're down 3-0.
Yeah, but if it's 3-2, they'd be playing to tie that next game.
Not
game
for
6 would be. Well, what I'm saying is they have a chance to take it as many as 6. Maybe. Okay. Here's why I think that. It's because we see the next game, there's a chance to win, right? That happens in sweeps or when a team is up 3-0, they lose the next game, then they go home, then they wrap it up. So that could happen. I mean, I know that it depends a lot on Luka, how he bounces back mentally as well as physically. But I don't have a hard time imagining maybe the Mavs win the next game. Okay, then they're down 3-1. Then they go to Boston. And then Boston, all they have to do is win at home. But you've seen what happens to Boston when they're expected to win. You've seen it in this series when they're up, when they have a big margin. They go into this weird frozen mode on offense where it's like, let's just not do anything. We're going to win. We don't want to do anything because if we do nothing, we're going to win. Next thing you know, they have Peyton Pritchard takes a bad shot. That's okay. Next time down. Tatum runs the clock down to 4, and then he takes a bad shot. They don't score there. Then they start pressing. They start turning the ball over. Next thing you know, wow, we were up 23. Now it's 1. They do that. And that they're the type of team, they overthink things. They get in their own way. It would be really tricky, I think, for them to be home with a chance to clinch the championship. As big an opportunity as that is, the weight of expectation that would be on them, I wouldn't be surprised if they couldn't handle that.
They said that game 1. They said that game 2. We've said that game 3.
Game 1, they had a big lead. They almost gave it all up. Game 2, they had a huge lead, 13 points with a minute something to go. They almost gave it all up. You're right. They did win both those games.
Almost ain't it, brother. This ain't horseshoes. This series is over. This series, I don't even think, and it's funny because we had this conversation.
I want it to be over, by the way. I want you to be right.
Right. I think this is over. I think we had the conversation about a gentleman's sweep. Who would be more likely to win this series 4-1? And I think we all said Boston, but I don't even see that happening. Unless, and the pressure's not on Kyrie. Someone's gonna have to come out and throw up 50 almost for the Mavs for this team to win. Mm-hmm. The way Jaylen Brown is locked in, the way Drew Holiday is locked in, as much as, as you're talking about Peyton Pritchard, shooting the 3 and all, the C's can overcome that now because they're playing with the almighty confidence. You can see it in them. Mm-hmm. You can see this is our series. And the way Jaylen Brown is playing, his foot's not coming off the gas. Now, Jason Tatum had a good game last night. Ho-hum. I don't want to say it like that because it counts. But the way some of these guys that's in the green and white, man, I just don't see the Mavs playing a good game and winning. I think they're going to all have to play a great game. I don't know if they can do that twice.
Yeah. And when you say somebody has to bust out for them, it's really realistically, it's only one of 2 guys. I mean, maybe PJ Washington, maybe. But other than that, if it's not Kyrie, it's not Luka, who's going to do it? Last night, Tim Hardaway played a little bit. Mm-hmm. 0 for 5.
Yep.
0 for 5. To your point about the Celtics and the bench, Jaylen Brown last night, 41.5 minutes. Tatum played almost 42. Horford played about 37. Derek White went 41.5 minutes, and Drew Holiday 41.5 minutes. So they're close now. That's like old school NBA because they're just trying to lock this thing.
Yeah, they see it.
They smell it.
Yep, and that's what I'm saying. I think the confidence is brewing for the Celtics, and they know I think the Mavs are almost a perfect storm. As much as I thought the Mavs were hot, and that's why I picked the Mavs. the Celtics seen something in the Mavs of, you know what? This ain't Steph Curry. This ain't LeBron. This isn't Eric Spoelstra on the other side who may be able to steal a game or two. We're not going to get banged up. Like, Dallas isn't playing Boston physical. And if Kyrie...
Lucas says they won't let him play physical.
Well, that's a lie. That's a lie. Luka's lying too. Luka's so banged up, he don't even know what the difference between an elbow and a push versus a shove versus just I touched you. Like, everything probably hurts on Luka.
He's all
right
hopped
now.
Up on goofball to deal with the pain.
Doc Ellis style. So I just think the Celtics smell it, they see it, they believe it, they breathe it. And the Mavs not being able to, steal a game in game 2 or not being able to take down the game last night. The C's, they're like, listen, we're not getting ready to go back and hear all this talk. We don't even want it to get comfortable. I think they're going for the smoke out.
But they had it last night, and they still almost gave it back. And I know they
mean
won.
Nothing, man.
They
it's
won.
Over.
I know. Jaylen Brown said that. He was asked about that. He said, that's basketball. That's basketball. But how about this whole question, Jaylen Brown, Jayson Tatum? I resent the way some people answer that. I understand I think it's a valid question. I understand most people would say, oh, Tatum's a better player. But I could swear that some people that say that, they like pat you on the head. Oh, that's cute. No, you don't understand, but Tatum's better. Well, why? We have this from Johnny K. Says, Whitey, didn't you know that Jayson Tatum is bigger than Jaylen Brown? Honestly, Whitey, whether people want to admit it or not, that's all it comes down to. Size matters. Size in the NBA matters. But look at this from the fourth quarter last night. Fourth quarter, where again, Boston was hanging on. They couldn't afford to kick one. They had a chance to go up 3-0 in the fourth quarter. Jayson Tatum, who had his biggest offensive game in the series, in the fourth quarter, 1 for 5, 4 points, 2 assists. With the game hanging in the balance, Jaylen Brown, 4 for 7, 9 points, 5 rebounds.
And that bucket to
and that
push
look
it to
on his
4.
face, like, give me the ball. Yeah. I'll get something done.
He's ready to go, man.
Yeah.
He and Drew Holiday, and I keep pointing to those two, and I'm not saying the rest of the team hasn't, but those two, they're playing like they don't want to have to answer questions at the end of this series on why they didn't win.
Right.
And Drew's kind of always been that guy. Jaylen, maybe not so much because we haven't really seen, they haven't gotten it done. He's been part of the team, obviously, since he's come into the league, and they haven't won a championship, been close. But something this time around for Jaylen Brown is like, no way. I'm not going home without the iron. I will not be going home without the trophy. I will not going to Walt Disney World. And that's why I say I don't think this is going to be a series. I don't think this moves on. I don't think Tatum has that in him right now, but I think he's, and I've said this on the show a few times. There's different distinct people when it comes to sports and life. You have people who go and lead, go get it. You have people who go with them. I see you're getting ready to go, so I'm going to go ahead and accompany you. You have people who tuck tail and run, and then you have people who's like, you know what, I don't know what's really going on. I'm clueless. They just spinning in the circle. Jaylen Brown started this series, and I think he started this whole playoff mode, which is why we're having this conversation about him being better than Jayson Tatum. Prior to that, you would hear whispers, but not that much. But now people are really starting to believe it.
He's having a better postseason anyway. Manny Too Legit points out that Jaylen had that monster dunk. That was the one. When he threw that one down, you could see something happen on the Boston bench where they're like, oh, we've won. And they hadn't yet. And they almost kicked it. But after that dunk, it just felt like, and that place got quiet. It just felt like this thing's over. This game is over. This series is over. Dallas still had a little bit to say about it, but ultimately those people might have been right. In life, there's true mysteries. Like, where did life come from?
Going on the Bermuda Triangle.
Bermuda Triangle. What's up with Stonehenge? And one of those mysteries, it's like, how in the world does this happen? How did Drew Holiday get traded, 3 times now? How does that happen? How did the Sixers trade him, and then New Orleans trades him, and then the Bucks trade him?
Yeah.
How?
I don't know.
That guy, as good as he is.
I have no idea.
What is going on?
I have no idea.
He's rock solid. Yes. He's a good teammate. He defends. He scores. He's available.
I thought
he wins.
I thought when he went to the Bucks, it was over, especially when he brought the championship. And he didn't, but he added to the fact that they won a championship. He was one of the reasons. He had some clutch buckets down the stretch for Milwaukee. for them to secure the championship. I thought for sure it was over. I had no clue. Me personally, he's the type of person that can play off Dame Lillard. I'm keeping him. Mm-hmm. We're figuring this out. Mm-hmm. We're going to pay everybody multi-million dollars, but Dame, you don't play D like that, so we need Drew to back you up. Mm-hmm. Like, Drew was the perfect piece for any team. Yeah, let's start knocking on the door. Can we get Drew Holiday here in Sacramento?
Wait, I forgot one because you're right, because they traded him to Portland, and then Portland traded him. So Philadelphia, New Orleans, right? Milwaukee and Portland all traded this guy?
Yeah.
What?
I could see Philly, because then he went to New Orleans and his wife had some health issues. Remember that? And he didn't play. Remember he didn't play? Yeah, he didn't play. And so you kind of didn't know what he had coming back. But as soon as he came back, it's like, oh, yeah, this dude right here, he's got a ball.
There's no downside.
No.
Yeah, but no, not with him.
Yeah.
You know, like I say, Luka, yeah, but he doesn't do this or that. With Drew Hall, I guess you could say, yeah, but he doesn't average 30 a game. That's like the only drawback that you could have for him. Joel Embiid asked this question last night on X. He was talking about Drew. He said, did the Bucks give them the championship? Yep. Did the Bucks give the Celtics the championship?
Because of Drew Holiday?
Yep. Yeah, absolutely, right? They absolutely did.
Man, that's tough. That's tough to say. But when they win, yeah, probably. Yeah.
When the Bucks traded for Dame, had they known that by giving up Drew, he was going to end up with the Celtics, they probably would have said, no, we don't need Dame that much. We don't want to do that.
Yeah, they probably did. I just don't understand why they even traded Drew Holiday.
They probably had to in order to get Dame. That was probably like, hey, well, this ain't going to happen unless you give us that
Drew.
They're like, okay. Giannis, Giannis, is that okay? Yeah. Tell everyone I like him, but I'm not sure. Yeah, go ahead. And then it comes back to bite ya.
I know. And Giannis and them just weren't healthy enough.
I know. Every year in the playoffs.
Yeah, it seems like he just can't pull the legs up under him when he needs to do it.
At least he got one.
He's got, he balled. He's got his one. And the one thing about Giannis is it sounds like great teammate, great guy. People love him. So he's gonna have that Dirk Nowitzki love. Like Dirk. No one says anything wrong about Dirk. There are a lot of times Dirk couldn't get it done, though. But no one's going to ever talk about it. He got his one. He beat the mighty Miami Heat.
After they made fun of him, remember when D-Wade and LeBron were making fun of him? That, I have the sniffles.
I don't remember that.
Yeah. And then they lost the series.
Yeah.
Oh, Dirk's sick. Oh, that's too bad. Then they lost that series.
They said this publicly?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
I'm going to have to look that up.
They were mocking Dirk for being sick.
In practice or what? Like where?
I think it was on the floor, like after workout or something. Like, I don't feel good. Something
went out there and got worked.
Yeah.
Jason Terry, Sean Marion.
On the chat, Compio has one of those mysteries. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop? Manny Too Legit. Holiday's pretty underrated. Yeah. Compio, Giannis was the man behind the trade. Compio says, Giannis is the one that I need another superstar here. Else. I need Dame. If it costs us Drew Holiday, it's all right. I need Dame.
That's fine. I can see that. I bet you if you asked Giannis if he would be healthy, he would have said yes. We could have seen some. Boston, listen, they're going to win a championship. Albeit, I know you're looking for hopefully maybe a series to come back. You want them to be swept, but you're saying it could be a series.
Could be a series. Could be. But I want. I
don't know what
that
even means. But
I want to be clean. I'm saying that Dallas could win the next two games, and then they'd lose. They could.
It's over, Whitey.
If it's 3-2, it's a series. If it gets to 3-2, it's a series at that point.
Even if you're up 3-0, and you're like, we'll hand you two.
It doesn't matter if it's. However you start, if you get to 3-2, it's like, whoa.
That's a series
here. Yeah. I don't think it's going to happen, but it could because Boston gets in their own way. They start thinking about it. Wow, we've almost won this game. Wow. And if they get home, wow, we win this game. We're champions. I'm telling you, they're going to seize up. And it's just a matter of how soon they're able to go, all right, we got to bust out of that. But sometimes it sinks them.
That's why you're saying, if Dallas can swing one right here in Dallas,
you
got a shot.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you got to squint to see it. You got to.
Yeah, you go squint, turn your head to the left 43 degrees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tilt your head and squint. Maybe you can see it.
I think if you would have asked Giannis going into last season, you can't specify when you're going to get hurt. You can't prognosticate when you're going to get hurt. If you would have told Giannis you would be hurt, Dame would be hurt, Chris Middleton would be banged up.
Right.
Would you like to trade for Dame now? Hindsight 50-50. Of course, he would have said no, but I don't know. I don't know if Giannis was completely behind the fact of Drew being changed. I think we wanted to get a star and everybody's saying we need Drew to be intertwined into that. I would have tried for the life of me to figure out how I could keep Dame. I mean, get Dame, keep Drew, and have Giannis.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it probably just wasn't feasible, but look, you got Chris Middleton. Where do we start? How can we figure something out?
We'll give you Portis, we'll give you Middleton, we'll give you Brook Lopez, we'll give you Bango the
Buck. The Thanasis. Whoever you want.
Give you Thanasis and a Kupo. Right, you want them, right?
Yeah, we'll give you an Antetokounmpo. Yeah. Oh, really? Thanasis. Before you get too happy.
Yeah, we'll trade you Thanasis and Antetokounmpo. Yeah, no problem.
It's Drew is just the type of guy that goes everywhere and he's a winner.
Yes.
And it's the easiest thing to say, but it's reality for him.
And some guys you say that about, you look at their numbers and it's like, well, they're not that good. Yeah, but they win. Well, his numbers are great.
Robert Horry.
Yeah, but Drew is a way better player than Robert.
Yes, he is, man. He definitely, it's like
I don't get it.
Yeah, I can't explain it. He would be now. You talking about someone perfect, opposite of De'Aaron Fox?
Oh, don't even.
Drew Holiday would be perfect.
You're right, but don't even go there. Eric Stoneburner says about LeBron and D-Wade, he says they said they had a cough and fake coughed.
What? I'm looking this up.
Yeah, I think that's
I'm looking this up.
They're making fun of Dirk. Oh, I have a cough.
Need a little Robitussin?
And how did that work out for him? So,
yeah.
Mm-hmm, yeah. So today, Lucas said, oh, I get frustrated with the officials. I'm just going to have fun now. He's been getting worked by the media, by everybody, because of the way basically Luka, I wouldn't say he didn't quit on his own team last night, but he really undermined what they were doing by putting himself in position to get DQ'd on a foul out at that point of the game. That's a terrible, terrible play to put that in the officials' hands when you have 5 fouls. So that was a bad play, and he's really bad defensively in this series.
He is. He's going to have the stats that's going to make it look like he's had a good series, but all in all, he hasn't had the best series.
No, and they've worked him. They've really scouted them well. They've played him well, so he's had to work so hard. And when you're not in good shape, Jay, and the other team makes you work.
You don't think he's in good shape by now? You don't think he's in good shape by now?
I don't know. He doesn't look like it, does he?
It's June. He's in good shape by now. Come on.
If you're not in top shape and you play a long time, you don't get in better shape. You just get in worse shape.
Nah, this dude, we got to stop here, White. You don't think this man is in good basketball condition by now? It's almost July. We're almost popping fireworks in California.
By NBA standards, you look at him and tell me, yes, I don't see it.
So you think there's still things that he needs to do?
Yeah.
Which is what? What don't you see from him?
He needs to commit himself to an off-season conditioning program. Apparently, and I don't even know it. Is it Overlord? Do you know what that is? It's a video game. And apparently we have people on the chat, and thank you. They're saying Luka's like one of the top Overlord players in the world. So apparently when the season ends, that's what he does.
Yeah, but I'm okay. I don't hear he's got De'Aaron's a gamer. Like
I know, but
he basically said, like, if I wasn't hooping, I'd be gaming.
I don't know this, but I'm gonna say that Lucas sits there, he's got his soda and he's got his Mountain Dew and his beer.
Come on, man. I ain't gonna let you do that for Luka, man.
And he's sitting there in the basement playing Overlord.
I ain't gonna let you do that to Luka, man. Come on, man.
He needs to get to the gym.
Okay, but you're saying that.
I don't know
what does he need to improve? Why in his health? I mean, in his conditioning.
He could
like
be,
what?
I'm going by what his coach said a couple years ago, he could be in better shape. He could be better prepared for the rigors of the season, and he has to carry a heavy load for them, as heavy as anybody else on any team. So he has to be better prepared for that. And then he also has to go through a major attitude adjustment. So when there's bad calls, he doesn't lose his focus and submarine his own team.
Okay, I'm gonna break it down one more thing. I get the mental state of the situation.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to dive deeper. What physically does he need to change? Like, what are we talking about? You want to see more muscles? You want to see him play more minutes?
Slimmer,
okay.
Better shape, less fat.
Got you. Okay.
More muscle.
You want him toned up.
Again, and I'm not a personal trainer, but I'm going by what his coach said.
No, you are. Right now, you're playing one.
Yeah. Stop sitting in your basement playing Overlord with the boxes of the mini donuts.
Come on, man. You disrespecting Luka, man.
And the Mountain Dew. And the Oreos, the
golden ones or the double stuffed, though.
Double stuff, right? Come on,
man. He's not that big. You act like this man is Oliver Miller.
By NBA standards, for a point guard, he's just a little thicker than he should be.
Okay.
I exaggerate to make my point. Let's see if Brendan Nunes does that. He will join us next, our Kings Insider on Sactown Sports.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out SactownSports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and The Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, The Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on SactownSports.com.
Hey everybody, it's your boy Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. I can't tell you how much I love my new SUV. It is truly amazing, and I got special news just for you. Right now at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, you can receive your first month's payment up to $1,500 on them on select new 2024 GLE vehicles. Or how about the all-new E-Class right now at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton? They have over 80 pre-owned vehicles in stock, including off-brand trucks, SUVs, and sedans. And they have rates starting at 1.99% APR on select certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz. And Mercedes-Benz of Stockton has a Vans Fleet Center with rates starting at 4.9% APR plus customer bonus cash incentives on approved credit. Head on over to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, just off I-5, or online at mbfstockton.com.
Hey, Sacramento, get ready to rock, groove, and have a blast with the Sactown Sports live events calendar. It's an unbeatable lineup of shows you won't want to miss. First up at Thunder Valley on June 22nd, don't miss NSYNC and Backstreet stars Joey Fatone and AJ McLean as they bring back the hits. On June 28th, it's country sensation Lee Brice lighting up the stage, all at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. And check out your Live Nation lineup on August 4th. Don't miss the Outlaw Music Festival at Toyota Amphitheater, featuring Willie Nelson, Bob Dylan, and John Mellencamp. On August 15th, catch Donnie Osmond at Hard Rock Live Sacramento. And then on August 22nd, Creed Fisher takes the stage at Ace of Spades. And coming up September 10th, enjoy the timeless sounds of the Doobie Brothers at Toyota Amphitheater. Visit livenation.com for all your ticket information. And stay tuned to Sactown Sports for exclusive updates and your chance to win tickets.
We slide over to North Kakalaki, North Carolina, and hit the course at Pinehurst for our 3:30 U.S. Open update. Long Beach's own Patrick Cantley, who finished at 5 under today in his first round, currently leads the 124th version of the Open. Rory McIlroy, he is through 16, and Bryson DeChambeau, who's right behind him, is through 14 holes. They are two of the three golfers sitting at 4 under right now. Tony Finau and Canada's Tyrell Hatton sit at 2 under, while Sergio Garcia is one of many who finished at 1 under today. The great Tiger Woods, Eldrick, he finished with a 4 over 74 after his first round, and he will enter tomorrow needing a solid day to advance through the weekend. This update is brought to you by Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices, always about quality.
Shop Folsom Lake Kia for special offers right now. I'm Coach Doug Christie urging you to visit my friends at Folsom Lake Kia and save big on your next new or certified pre-owned vehicle right now. Visit FolsomLakeKia.com.
At the Good Feet store, we take pain very seriously. Whether in the foot, knee, hip, or back, Good Feet makes over 300 styles, flexibilities, and sizes of pain-relieving arch supports. With 26 bones, 30 joints, and over 100 muscles, tendons, and ligaments in each foot, a lot can go painfully wrong. So there's a trained arch support specialist at each Good Feet store to give you a precision fit. Come in for a free fitting and test walk. No appointment necessary. Good Feet arch supports are HSA, FSA eligible.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Vacaville. Online at goodfeet.com.
Capital Casino has been serving the greater Sacramento area in the same convenient downtown location for over 20 years, with plenty of close-by, well-lit parking monitored by security staff and offering the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Best food, best service, and the best action. That's Capital Casino. For more information on tournaments and gaming, check out their website at capital-casino.com. And please remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sacramento, Dirk Bentley is coming to town.
Hey, y'all, this is Dirk Bentley.
Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends.
This is Bonnie. Take my hand, let me make you mine.
Hey, it's Dasha. Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets before they sell out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by Hyatt Vacation Club and Xfinity.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sactown Sports 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the KCRA 3 Weather Center, and another day of sunshine today. Temperatures will be a bit cooler thanks to the Delta breeze. We're looking at daytime highs in the upper 80s to around 90 degrees this afternoon. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Yeah, here comes my hero. Brendan Nunes is going to join us. Before he does, thank you for the help here on the chat and on the text line. We heard from Eric at Fat Cat. You know, we're talking about delicious treats, and we hear from Eric from Fat Cat. He says Luka is a diaper baby. I don't know about that. Compio says Luka needs to lay off the Biscuitina, which I had to look up. That sounds good. Biscuitina torta is a Bulgarian no-bake biscuit cake.
Ooh. I'm with that.
Yes.
I'm not the biggest cake person, but I don't know if that's in the form of how I'm with it.
Yeah, and people are pointing out, if Luka, if he was a little slimmed down, he might have more endurance. And then thank you to Brandon Dietzman. I said Luka plays Overlord. It's Overwatch is the game. Overwatch.
Look at you. Just trying to tear the man down. Just throw out anything to get this man not to be where he needs to be.
I don't know if there is a game called. I know there's
cold
the
people. You Luka
Jaylen
haters.
Hurts game Overthrow, but that's different than Overlord, or in this case Overwatch. Let's see if Brendan Nunes knows anything about that. Our Sactown Sports Kings insider. How are you, Brendan? Hello,
I'm doing well, Whitey. How you doing?
Doing fine. Thanks for your time. Are you a gamer?
Of course.
Are you a gamer at all? Do you know anything about Overwatch, which apparently
I am.
Okay, is Luka, what is this game Overwatch, and can you confirm that Luka is a master?
I've seen the clip. I definitely know what you're talking about, and I don't really have much confirmation for you necessarily. I've never really played the game myself, but from the clip, he seems like he's pretty solid.
Okay.
He's doing little step backs in the games, essentially.
All right. So when he plays Overwatch, he tends to shoot better than 11 for 27 or 1 for 7 from 3 is what you're saying.
I would think so. More often than not, but everybody has a bad game.
That's right. What can you tell us, Brendan, about the Sasha Vezenkov reports? Is it much ado about nothing? Where do you think this all is? Where might it be headed?
Yeah, honestly, did not feel super surprising to me. This is a EuroLeague MVP that came over to the States and probably was hoping for a decent amount of playing time. And he had a handful of injuries. He had 3 different ankle injuries throughout the course of this year that made it a little tough, And if there's any criticism people have of Mike Brown, it's trying to figure out rotations sometimes, which I feel like more often than not may point to the roster that he has more than anything. But Sasha was kind of in a weird spot. I did feel like he was a little bit redundant with Trey Lyles and was kind of surprised when they brought back Trey, when we all knew that Sasha was eventually going to be coming over. But from my perspective, I understand his frustration. And to me, it's not the most shocking thing, but he's on the books for a little more than $6 million next year. He's going to be on the roster, whether that means a trade or still being actively on the Kings. It does remind me of the guy that played for OKC. I think it's Mitchich, and apologies if I'm pronouncing that wrong, but at some point traded him for Gordon Hayward, right? Got him on Charlotte, and he got a lot of playing time. And I think that something like that would make a lot of sense for Sasha. If he was on another roster and really had more room to essentially kind of just like spread his feet and just get some run, I think it could make a lot of sense. But Sacramento is just kind of a tough spot for that to exist in my mind.
Brendan, I think you kind of touched on what I was going to ask you, but taking a look back at this past season, do you think he got, and I use the word lightly because we've had some listeners call in and people talk about this over the last week. Do you think he got a fair chance to play here in Sacramento?
Yeah, honestly, it's kind of a tough question because I'm not really sure how to go about it myself. I think that Trey deserved his time. And like I said before, I think they were a little bit redundant in a way. So I do think that they tried it. And I think there was a year, at least there should be expected to be a year of adjustment to the NBA game and trying to figure out his ideal role in this current system. So I would understand if he felt frustrated and he didn't feel like he was given a fair chance. But if it makes sense, I don't necessarily feel the most comfortable saying that myself. I do think they tried it, and it just was a tough spot to necessarily put him in, especially with all the injuries considered.
Brendan, what do you think of my theory? My theory is this, that Sasha is probably going to be involved in a bigger deal, and the Kings are working on a number of these. They have them partially in place, 1 or 2, and it may hinge on who's drafted by whom and where. And they let Sasha know something like that he's likely to be moving. This leaked, got twisted to, the Kings don't want him anymore or Sasha wants out. I think he's already probably involved in trades that the Kings are working on. That's my theory. What do you make of it?
It would not surprise me, Whitey. I feel like it's not a secret, and we all know that they're trying to swing for the fences, right? And that doesn't necessarily mean right now, but they're going to be active in conversations. They're going to try and figure out if there can be somebody out there that's going to take this team to another level. And to be blunt, his $6 million salary is pretty useful when it comes to salary matching and outgoing trades. Mm-hmm. So the same way that I mentioned the Mitchich guy from OKC and that Gordon Hayward trade over to Charlotte, I think that the Kings could absolutely use that in the same way. And certainly if he's not happy, that makes him a prime candidate to be moved, and anytime this guy had been in the locker room, he's on his phone speaking Bulgarian, which has no problems. Like I would imagine there is some sort of, just missing home. I think that's a very natural thing. But he clearly didn't, at least in his very first season. I'm a big believer that eventually this would have worked, but if, he's not super happy with the way this is going out, I think that his contract is very valuable in trade conversations.
Yeah. And by the way, the guy we're talking about is Vasilije Micic. That's who we're talking about, right, Brendan?
Thank you. I struggle with the name, but yes.
Man, that's good work right there by you there, Mr. White G. Joined by Brendan Nunez, our Sacramento Kings Sac Sports 1140 insider. Brendan, I'll switch gears a little bit because I'm pretty sure you're at a nauseum with Sasha and the Sasha Vezinkoff talk around here in Sacramento. Coming up here in about a little less than 2 weeks, right? We have the NBA draft. The Kings sit at number 13. I'm a big proponent of the Kings not using the pick, meaning, you know, they'll trade the pick. They have to make the pick, but they'll trade the player. What says Brendan? Are you looking forward to that 13th pick, or are you thinking this may be something that may be on the move?
I think that they're probably going to end up moving it. I mean, where I'm at with them when it comes down to it is that I think they're going to be active, and I think they're going to be trying. But when you're trying to make that next big swing, you got to make sure it's the right thing. Almost a sense of cautiousness at the same time with the aggressiveness. And I think that's exactly where they're at. They're going to use that 13th pick as a potential trade chip. But if there's not something correct out there that's valuable for a reason, you know, like in the aspect of they could take somebody there and it could end up being pretty beneficial to them. So I do think it can go both ways, but I would very much expect them to, like you just said, Jay, be pretty active in those conversations and essentially trying to be shopping it.
Brendan, what's this about? Eric Stoneburner on the chat says, Brendan can spit bars for those who didn't know. Oh, confirmed? Hashtag confirmed?
You know, Whitey, this, I don't really know how to answer the question. You know, maybe in a former life, I got into podcasting because I had a microphone for a different reason, but I don't know if we need to get into the details of that.
I think we all want to know more, don't we, Jay?
Yeah, it sounds. So wait a minute. He said you got bars. That one or two things. That mean you got beat making talent, or you coming off the top of the head like Mr. Fab. So what are we doing here?
We're definitely talking off the dome. We're definitely talking off the dome.
Okay. Freestyle King. All right, little flip.
Yeah, but you know, I'd rather share my articles than my freestyles, I guess is what I'll say.
So now when he's asking, is that bars on paper, or can you actually, you know, audible orally spit?
Yeah.
Wow.
I may or may not have a former SoundCloud. That could be a college thing, but you know, I try to keep that to myself.
No, it's out there now.
Over here.
No, it's out there now.
You can't keep a lid on talent like that, Brendan. You must share.
Yeah, I know. Deuce and Mo exposed me one day, and I'm assuming that's where that's coming from. But yeah, I guess that's the thing.
Well, we would like to hear your rap. You know, when you finish it, just let us
Whitey,
know.
I know you can play some music, so maybe we need to collab.
There you go. Team up.
I hear it.
Team up time.
I hear it.
We got it.
I hear it. Now, real quick before we move on, is this still up? Is this SoundCloud still available? Can we access this thing? Okay, all right. Okay.
So it is. We just gotta find it.
Now we gotta find his name.
What are you talking about? I don't know what you guys.
Don't worry about it. I'll catch you off air. I got you.
Thank you, Brendan. We appreciate it. We'll talk
to
you soon.
You later.
All right.
It sounds good. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah. Ooh. Thank you for the tip from Eric Stoneburner. Yeah. I would pay a lot of money to hear that. I would pay. Yeah. I'm gonna join Patreon just to support Brendan Nunez' rap career. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be a heavy contributor because I want to hear that, Jay.
You trying to put your ears on it, huh?
Yes.
Okay, I got you. We're gonna figure it out. We're gonna wiggle this out of B Noon.
Yeah,
we definitely getting ready to find, because we got to find his name first.
Yes, he could have easily quashed that. Like, no, you can't find. No, it's something I did a long time ago. It's not around anymore. But he didn't do that. He's like, oh, no comment. So it's there. He's daring us to find it. Yeah, I can't really comment on that, guys.
I gotta do a little insider research here. Now I'm gonna have to be an insider. Get my Brian Windhorse on.
Now, why would he do that? When we come back, Kyrie Irving is he basketball's all-time #1 sidekick? Next with the Drive Guys.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
I remember as if it were yesterday. I reached down to move a nightstand and was astonished at the weight of the piece. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. At that moment, I instantly recognized the difference between Naturewood's quality furniture that will last a lifetime versus lesser quality furniture found elsewhere. Now, I suppose there's a huge difference in what you'd put in your first apartment and what you would live with in the comfort of your own home. Right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings Made in USA sale is a great time to fill your home with solid, superior quality furniture to reflect your own love for life. With brands like Sam Moore, Stanton, Stickley, Hilltop Hickory, Simply Amish, and many more, Naturewood Home Furnishings has tables, chairs, couches, and, yes, nightstands, and more at their Made in USA sale. Find furniture that will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-439-4252. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-439-4252. That's 800-439-4252. Again, 800-439-4252.
The IRS deadline has come and gone. So do you owe money to the IRS? If so, you need an ally. Whether you owe the IRS $6,000 or $600,000, whether your tax problems are personal or business, the professionals at Allies Tax Relief are ready to step in and negotiate your fresh start with the IRS. Here's a happy customer of Allies Tax Relief.
Before calling Allies Tax Relief, I feared the IRS would take all of my assets. I owed them over $562,000. Thankfully, I was referred to Allies and called them for help. They ultimately saved my life from uncertainty. Allies negotiated my giant tax debt to an unbelievable $1,500. They are professionals and they fight the fight for their clients.
Allies Tax Relief will protect your assets from being seized and your paycheck from being garnished. Call right now for your free consultation. 800-296-0772. That's 800-296-0772. Or visit AlliesTaxRelief.com.
Save on rows and rows of new Hondas during our giant summer sale at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hurry in and save on our best selection of new Hondas. Each is priced to sell now. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on a giant selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline, Civics, and Accords with low finance and lease options. Get to Folsom Lake Honda or go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for my good friends at American Energy. Now, I told you this before, but this is what we call extending a good deal. Right now, American Energy Heat and Air is offering an HVAC diagnostic for $99. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Never mind. They're offering it free. It's a $99 value, but you get it for $0. Let the American Energy team test your system connections and all the moving parts of that system to ensure that it's functioning properly. Now, this is a limited time offer. Call today to schedule your appointment at 916-520-9990. Speak to the company that has an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau that's been making the greater Sacramento area proud since 1981. 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Live and local, it's The Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Got Whitey and Jay today. Kyle Draper in Mexico for Father's Day.
What's up, man?
Yeah. He said he's going to call the show. Yeah, right.
Sure. I might call him tomorrow. Mess with him a little bit. He ain't doing nothing.
I know. He's probably like, man, I wish I was at work.
Yeah, he ain't
wish I was hanging out with Jay and Whitey.
Sitting around, twiddling his thumbs.
What are you doing for Father's Day, Jay?
I don't know, man.
I know I asked you off the air a couple days ago.
I still haven't figured it out. I got an action-packed Saturday, of course.
Yes.
Moving and grooving down there with JaVale McGee in the celebrity softball game.
Get your tickets now for that.
Absolutely.
They're announcing more and more stars as we speak.
They are. A full list supposed to come later this evening. Hopefully, I shot a text to see if we can get a little inside information drop. And maybe you can even get JaVale to come on and put one or two people out there. But then I have a concert. I got a birthday. I got a bunch of stuff on Saturday. And so I got to figure out, does that mean Sunday I'm just going to go ahead and put my feet up, or, probably a little brunch, lunch, dinner with the wife and my daughter, maybe my mom, but not doing too much. Not this weekend, but a week from this weekend, I have a family reunion. And so gonna be action packed. It'll be here.
Oh, okay.
Last time it was in Oklahoma.
You got family all over, don't you?
Yeah,
Texas.
last Texas, some grandmother, aunt people coming in. Last time it was in Oklahoma a few years ago. So they're coming to the West Coast this time. And then the following week, I'll be leaving for my wife's family reunion. So that'll be New Orleans, and then we go on a cruise and then we hit Belize and Honduras and a few other places. So I got an action pack next month, man.
Mexico.
Yeah, come on, man.
Big deal. Jay's going to Belize.
I'm excited to go to Belize. We're there for about 3 days, Honduras for a couple days, jumping around. They and the cruise also intertwined in post that or before that too. So
do you know, are you going to be, you probably do know, are you going to be one of those boats where they got, the miniature golf and the masses slides and all that stuff?
Yeah, the masses bouncing out of New Orleans. So it's Princess.
Okay.
Yeah. And so
never been on a cruise.
I've only been on one, and that was from the quick one from here, or I should say here, California, Long Beach to Mexico. It's like 4 or 5. I think it's 5 days. So this one is a little longer. Yeah, man. So I'll be missing you guys quite a bit. For about 2-3 weeks, man. We'll be in and out of here.
Probably just go dark. We'll probably
no. Because what would happen is, guess
what's the point of carrying on without Jay? There is no point.
Well, are you doing anything for Father's Day yet?
We're going to be in San Francisco.
Okay.
And we have one daughter down there, and then probably come back up on Sunday and see other daughter here, Professor Gleason from Sac State. So
I like
it's kind of up in the air still, but there's lots going. It's not like there's nothing going on. It's like, we got a number of moving parts. We just got to organize them. So very excited.
Absolutely.
Very excited.
So that means you get to say Big K and Co.
Kenji. Yes.
K and Co. this weekend.
To hang out with Kenji.
Yes, Professor Gleason. I love that. May I ask in what school?
Well, she's got a PhD in marine biology, and she
Really?
teaches biology at Sacramento State University.
Yeah. So when I say school, I know you said Sac State, but what department?
Right,
What school
right.
within Sac State? Really?
Yeah.
Where did she graduate from?
University of California, San Diego.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, it's got to be the fringe, what I call the fringe schools, the ones that are on the water.
Yeah.
And
she did her
Monterey.
I think this is kind
SD.
of funny. Maybe you won't think it's funny, but she did all her research on marine snails, which are these little snails, and there's lots of ramifications with climate change. So that's what she did. That's what she studied.
Wow.
But she's a marine biologist. So when something happens in the news, like there's a shark attack or there's a seal doing something, she'll get like the local stations will call her up. Oh, yes. Would you come on and talk about this? And she's like, I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with that.
Well, that's okay.
But now I know who's my go-to, my insider.
I always tell her, just go on there.
My marine biologist insider.
Yes.
So when I have a question, something that happens at Santa Cruz, or we're calling Professor Gleason.
Especially during the summer, we can get it. Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. And if she's doing it in the middle class or something, that's all right. It's more important.
That mean, is she teaching summer school?
No, not this. No.
Okay.
Not this
well, yeah,
year.
she's got time.
She's doing research or whatever.
Why you say it like that?
He's always doing something. Always. We have this on the chat here. Appreciate it. Brandon says he thinks Brandon Dietzman found Brendan's clips of
SoundCloud.
Apparently, yeah. Pardon me. Yeah.
Now, did he put a link to that?
I don't think he has yet, but he says he thinks he found it, and I haven't seen the follow up on that. So,
okay. Well, look, don't play with it. Be about it.
And then we also have a question. Good question here. And I'm sorry, we're getting so many comments that are moving on me. I apologize. Soulshine Band, Whitey, serious question. If Sac signs Monk to the max, does Sac retain its $12 million mid-level exception?
Yes.
And I believe they do.
They do.
And I decided to check. I saw that question. I texted Brendan, and he said, yes,
okay.
Brendan the Rapper. That's his name. He said, essentially, not really, but they could get there. So I think what that means is if Monk comes back, they might be a little over, but they could do some maneuvering and still retain it.
Yeah.
So ultimately the answer is, yeah, they can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one thing about it, you can always pay your players and go over the cap, go over certain things, exceptions. And all you have to do is, this could go many different ways. It basically essentially means they're going to let someone go on the back end, or they're going to renegotiate. They're going to stretch provision. They'll figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what, bottom line is it's an exception because, okay, if you're non-taxpayer, you get this exception, which is X amount. But then if you get Monk, now you'd be a taxpayer. Now you get less for that. But it sounds like, yeah, they could. So if Monk comes back, they'd have to do some finagling, but they can still say under the tax to retain the 12.9 mid-level exception.
Yeah.
Which I know is a lot of.
It is a lot. Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah.
But that was the question.
One step at a time.
Yeah.
One step at a time, which first step is going to be what they do with this draft pick coming up in a little less than 2 weeks. 13th pick. After that, we'll look at free agency. Of course, we know Malik Monk is number one. What's going to be interesting for me, White, is Malik is a tier 2 guy when it comes to free agency. There aren't that many tier 1 guys out there, but there probably will be 1 or 2 people who's going to be on the move, trade bait, ready to change.
Paul George will be a big story.
Yeah, I think so. And hopefully we'll see some of these tier 1 guys kind of be traded, twisted, put into a draft, a draft trade, kind of already have an understanding, and hopefully we'll know where Malik Monk is kind of negotiating. I'll say this. And let me ask you this, actually. Let me not say this. Let me propose this. 916-339-1140. Whitey, I propose it to you first. If at the first day of July 1st?
Yeah.
Yeah, for free agency. And you know how it goes. 12:01, Woj bomb, Sean Cunningham, sideline pitch, whatever we call him, Sean Cunningham's drops. We got to figure something.
Yeah.
Sean Cunningham, Sonic Boom or whatever. 12:01, Malik Monk name is popped out of there. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for the Kings?
Bad.
That means he's gone. Think so?
Well, I thought that's what you're saying.
No, I'm asking you. Yeah. I'm asking you if at July 1st, 12:01 a.m., Malik Monk name is thrown out there by one of these insiders. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Does that mean he re-signed or does that mean he moved on?
Oh, well, what do you mean his name? They throw out his name.
Meaning Woj bomb. Yeah. Malik Monk has done this.
He's gone.
Sean Cunningham is saying Malik Monk has done this.
Yeah, I understand. I'm sorry.
Is it going to be good or bad?
If we
what do you
hear
think?
something right away, I think it's going to be that he's gone.
You think he's gone?
Yes.
Come on, White. I was coming to you to be positive.
I'm positive he's going to be gone. There you go. Is that the kind of positivity you need? All right. When we come back, yes, we'll talk about our guy Kyrie, where he ranks among the number 2s, the Robins of all time, and also how no one in the history of the game has never been as good as Luka is in his own mind when we come back to Sactown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, tell me what's going on for Chrysler's Make This the Summer event.
If you need a new Ram, Hoblet has it. And now with even more savings on the hard-to-find heavy-duty Ram trucks you need. Right now, save up to $11,000 off MSRP on new 2024 Ram 2500 and 3500 Bighorn, Laramie, Limited, Longhorn, and Rebel. You pick.
Okay, you say you have Ram trucks, but how do I know you have the one I want?
We are California's #1 Ram truck dealer, which means we have over 500 new Rams available. And if for some reason we don't have your truck in stock, we will get it for you.
If you need a new Ram truck, Hoblet has it. Stop by for a test drive today or search, select, and save at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
11,000 total net savings on select new 2024 Ram 2500 and 3500s. Net savings after 10,500 dealer discount and 500 factory rebates. Rebates may include $500 Ram coupons only while supplies last. 20th is net savings. Sample VIN 216820. See dealer for details.
My good friends, Dr. Jack Friedlander and Dr. Pash in Roseville and in San Francisco are offering not only confidence, not only security, but also the ability, if you ain't insecure, to go from the roster to the all-star team. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about UpsizeMatters.com. Time after time, vote after vote, circumference, or as we call it, girth, is consistently ranked as the most important attribute. And Dr. Jack and Dr. Pash can give you a free consultation. The procedure can be done on the same day as your consultation with immediate results. It's non-surgical. It's virtually pain-free, safe, effective, long-lasting, semi-permanent, and doctor-performed. For more information, go to UpsizeMatters.com. Go to UpsizeMatters.com. Make that change. Make the all-star team. Get your girth on.
At the Good Feet store, we take pain very seriously. Whether in the foot, knee, hip, or back, Good Feet makes over 300 styles, flexibilities, and sizes of pain-relieving arch supports. With 26 bones, 30 joints, and over 100 muscles, tendons, and ligaments in each foot, a lot can go painfully wrong. So there's a trained arch support specialist at each Good Feet store to give you a precision fit. Come in for a free fitting and test walk. No appointment necessary. Good Feet arch supports are HSA, FSA eligible.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Vacaville. Online at goodfeet.com.
At Ashton & Price, over the last 25 years, we've won just about every injury case you can think of. Slip and fall, falling merchandise, fell through rotted decking, we won those. Dangerous stairs, falls into holes, dog bites, won them. Injured while pedestrian or on a bicycle, auto, motorcycle, big rig, company vehicle, Uber, or Lyft accident, we've won them all. And the best news is there's no fee until you win. So no matter how you got injured,
remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
It's the Make This the Summer event, and it's going on now at Lodi Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Hi, everyone. Leonard Harrington here, and I want to tell you how we make your buying experience at Lodi CDJR as easy as possible. You can come in for a visit, or you can do everything online at LodiCDJR.com. Just pick out the make and model you want and scroll through our large in-stock inventory. Next, schedule a test drive at the click of a button. If you want to finance your vehicle, you can start your paperwork online too, saving you plenty of time before you get here. And if you're looking to sell your vehicle or looking to buy, we'll give you an instant cash offer online too. At Lodi Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, we make it easier than ever to put you into a new vehicle. It's what we do. Online at LodiCDJR.com or in person. We're right off 99 in Kettleman, where we're open till 9 every night and Sundays after church.
Prices are better at the Low Price Center. Lodi Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Visit us at LodiCDJR.com.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your new home for 49ers football in the 916.
Sactown Sports. Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Let's say you're watching a basketball game and you're involved in it. You're really watching. You have something at stake emotionally. You want this team to win, whatever it is. bet on it, whatever it is. What to you, Jay, and I don't mean to put you on the spot here, so I have an answer if you don't have one, but what's the most offensive thing you can see from someone in the course of play? Now, I'm not talking about throwing a punch or cheating, but I'm talking about in the course of play, a mistake a player makes or something a player does that, again, nothing like yelling at anybody or what's the cardinal sin? Because to me, if you don't have one, I'll tell you.
Yeah, what's yours?
To me, the cardinal sin is when you don't get back on defense. Now, taking a shot when it's not the best shot, that's really bad to me. I'm just, my opinion, watching. If you have someone has a better shot, you shoot it, that's bad. But nothing is as bad as you go down on offense, then the ball goes back the other way, and you don't get back on defense. To me, there's no excuse. We say that about everything. There's no excuse for that.
Yeah.
To me, and I've done like this much coaching, but to me, that's inexcusable. Why in the world do you not get back? Just because you don't, you have to get back on defense. Last night, Luka complained to referees throughout that Game 3 loss on a couple of occasions, according to ESPN, and we all know this if you watch the game. As the Celtics cut the Mavs' early 13-point lead to 1 by the end of the first quarter, Luka's failure to get back on defense led to open shots for Boston. Failure to get back because he was complaining about the officials in Game 3 of the NBA Finals in a game his team had to win.
Yeah.
And to me, that tells you all you need to know about where Luka's head, I'll just say was. Who knows what the future holds? I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. That shows you where his head was last night. That shows you how there's a leadership component with him that was certainly lacking last night when his team needed it the most, not to mention fouling out on a play that was avoidable. You've got 5 fouls, whether you should have or not. You have 5 fouls. So you don't step in front of Jaylen Brown hoping to get the call, because if you don't, you're gone and your team can't afford that. So a couple of drastic mistakes, very selfish mistakes by Luka last night, in my humble opinion.
Yeah. I would say I thought it was a terrible play that he tried to step in and draw the charge. That was horrendous.
Yeah.
And that, I account that to one thing for me, and it kind of goes back, and I guess I'm making your point in certain ways. Attrition, fatigue. Like I thought that was a fatigue play, and that could be physically and mentally, and maybe even emotionally at that point.
You're right.
I thought that play was very telling. Like he was fatigued. Like, I'm kind of lazy, not lazy, but this is what I have. I'm trying to go get it.
Slide over than it is to actually
get there. That's right.
And play defense.
Yeah, and so I thought that was a fatigue play. I will say this. I kind of agree with you on egregious plays. I'll take it a step further, and this is kind of what Luka was doing in certain ways. I think when something doesn't go your way and it's not blatant, like to me, NBA players, they act as if a foul sometime is blatant. It's like, I ain't seen nothing. And then sometimes it goes back and there's nothing there. It'd be different if somebody just full on, Jake the Snake DDT'd you. Like, yeah, okay, everyone's going to stop. It's not going to be you. It's not going to be telling. But for me, when a player acts like somebody hit him across the head with a crowbar and you barely, like, you didn't touch him, but you're crying, that's kind of the egregious play for me, because then you absolutely go straight at the referee. And most of the time, the referee's already back the other way, and you're still complaining and looking around. So that's kind of what Luka did a few times, has done a few times this series. But I thought the charge was fatigue. I think he's just having a very difficult finals in the fact of people are really pinpointing his attitude, how he's acting, the composure, the maturity, the leadership, and just really his act. And a lot of people like yourself, they've been tired of it anyway. And so it's just kind of magnified. It's in the NBA Finals, and they're getting picked apart, man.
And Boston is making him work.
They are.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of that. Now, just as I say, trying to give Luka the benefit of the doubt.
Are you truly giving Luka? You're trying. Okay.
Because notice I said, I'm not saying he's a terrible leader, which I think he is, but I didn't say that. I said he was not a good leader last night.
All right. I see how you're approaching it.
So, because today, for example, he talked about his frustration, acknowledging it's an issue. He said, go back to playing fun. He said, we talk about how we come back from 21 points in the fourth quarter in the finals. We were having fun. We were defending. We were running. Our pace was great. Just taking good shots. So he's admitting his frustration with the officials got in the way of his team having their best chance to win. So I have to give him credit for that. He says, I just really want to win. Sometimes I don't show it the right way, but at the end of the day, I really want to win. I've got to do a better job showing it a different way. You know, the thing about professional athletes, everybody would like to win, right? Just about everybody. You have some guy that, you know, has never done anything on the street. Like, hey, you want to play checkers? Okay. He wants to win, right? He would rather win. But at that level, against the best, preferring to win isn't good enough. You have to need to win. Like Larry Bird, like Tom Brady, like Michael Jordan, and go on and on. Kobe Bryant comes to mind. Maybe it's not even healthy, but to succeed at the highest level, sometimes those guys and women, you have to need. I don't just want to win. I need to win. And I think he's going to maybe have to come to terms with that. I really want to win. If I really want to win, what do I have to do?
Sacrifice?
Yeah, I think so. Don't you?
Yeah, I think anybody who wants to get to the highest level, you sacrifice something in it. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that.
And I'm not saying I've done it or anything, but you look at the people that are way up there.
Mhm.
How'd they get up there? What do they have in common? That's one of the things.
Yeah, sacrifice. You sacrifice certain things that people on the outside don't see, you know, and you have to be able, and this is something you continuously argue about, Luka. You have to be able to compartmentalize what you're missing sometimes and don't let it out and don't show it. And I think Luka, he wears his emotions on his sleeve. He truly does. He takes a lot of things personal. And when you tend to take things personal, emotionally, just in my opinion and you know, my experiences, you can be a little everywhere emotionally, you know, and when you're competing, I know I was this guy. If I seen you everywhere emotionally, I'm taking advantage of it. You could believe me. I'm a peck at it. I'm a pry at it. I'm a scratch at it. I'm a do everything.
Smell that, right? It's like
what?
Like a shark smells blood. Like, oh, okay.
Meg
opportunity.
What is it? I don't know how many Megs there are. Have you seen the Megalodon? I'm Meg Part 7. You know what I mean? Get out the water. Meg Part 7. Get out the water.
Yeah,
that's my title. You better believe it. I smell
I
it.
know that smell.
I smell it. You better believe it. Don't let me smell it.
I think also it's pretty clear that Luka, like all great competitors, he's very proud. And right now, he's probably embarrassed, specifically by this. The Celtics have gone right at him. He's never professed to be a great defender. And I think we've known that. That's an area where he could be better, needs to be better. According to Second Spectrum, the Celtics are blowing by Luka on 67.7% of their drives against him. That is the highest blow-by percentage allowed on drives by a single defender in a playoff series in the last 10 years.
Boy, we got stats for everything.
Yeah, that's with a minimum of 10 drives defended per game. Whatever. Yeah. So he's like a turnstile out there, and Boston knows it. And we saw it last night. You could see Jaylen Brown's like, wow, we're losing our lead here. Oh, I smell Luka.
Megalodon 7, baby.
Spinning turnstile, and I'm going to get a charge. Oh, I couldn't get it. So I'm sure that's part of it too. He's embarrassed and he's frustrated because they are working him.
Yeah, that's why you got to go out and change it. And I think that's what you're asking for. You're looking for a little something different from Luka. It's just under it's magnified right now. NBA Finals. Everybody who was interested in basketball is watching this, and he's getting worked. He is getting worked. And sometimes this type of play sometimes can lead to you having to adjust who you are and what you believe. And, you know, kind of going back to the conversation we talked about, hopefully it advances for him to be better. And if not, then we kind of know where he's going to be. He still has opportunity and time. He's young enough. He's 25 years old. He easily has 10 more years in the league, barring any type of health situations. But hopefully he takes this as a teaching lesson. If not, hey, we know how to get you now. You know, it's Meg 7, baby. We know where we're coming from.
There is a lesson to be learned there. And I'm not comparing him to Magic, but going back a ways, one of the most embarrassing performances by a superstar in a finals that I've ever seen was Magic in 1984 against the Celtics. He had a game where it was a tie game, and he dribbled out the clock because he thought they were ahead in the finals. Magic Johnson. And they ended up losing that series. They lost that game. They lost that series. And he had some gaffes in that series. Magic Johnson. What did he do after that? Well, they won the next year, and then they won 3 of the next 4 years. They won the championship. Now, it wasn't all him, and those teams were a lot better than this Dallas team. But my point is, even the great Magic Johnson had to come face-to-face with some of his limitations, at least some of his mistakes, and he did that. So will Luka do that? I'm interested to see to what extent he does that tomorrow night, even though Jay says this thing is over. To me, we're just getting started.
You want to start grading Luka now that he's at the bottom of the barrel.
We're just getting started. What's that? I never really understood this saying that a series doesn't start till the road team wins. Well, I guess the series started last night then, right?
No, let me tell you, that series started. What day was the first one? Wednesday? Thursday, yeah. That thing had already started. You know, that day. I'm not with all of that. Go out and get you a W. Anytime I'm in a competition, let's go win.
Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, sometimes the home team wins every game. I've seen that happen. This was really surprising. Last night after the game, I had SportsCenter on, and Scott Van Pelt was talking to Brian Windhorst about Luka. What about that situation at the end? And Brian Windhorst, I know we've talked about some of this before. I don't think I've read this part. Brian Windhorst said of Luka, this defensive performance is unacceptable. He's a hole on the court, and the Celtics are attacking him, and they are ahead in this series because they have attacked him defensively. You have a situation where Luka is complaining about the officiating. They have begged him. They have talked with him. They have pleaded with him. He's costing his team because of how he treats the officials. He's a brilliant player. He does so many things well. They're here because of how he did. His performance in this game was unacceptable, and the reason why the Mavericks won't win. Boom! All I'm saying is maybe that's overstated, maybe it's not, but that's the Luka we saw last night is the Luka that I've been saying, I don't care for that guy. So how does he respond? Maybe it's too late.
It is. I mean, I continue to keep on saying I don't know what you're looking for from Luka right now.
Well, I would like to see
it's over.
Not complain so much.
It's
that would be
over.
Something.
It doesn't matter. It's over. He could go to the next game and sit up here and be closed mouth. Don't say nothing. Put tape on his mouth. Sew it together.
That would be a step in the right
direction. It's over.
But for next year, big picture.
Okay, well, let's talk about next year then. Right now, Whitey, you're asking for something you're not going to get. It's over. Doesn't matter I don't care if he goes out there and does sign language. It's not going to change the fact that they're not beating the Celtics 4 games in a row.
What if he has like flowers, roses on the bench, and every time an official calls a foul on him, let me get some. Comes back. Thank you for calling a foul on me.
He can do that all he wants. That's not good. One time, and you know this, one time doesn't change everyone's perception.
From
Cherries, berries. Hey, it's over, man. I don't care if he's out there handing out Kirkland golf balls. He can be quiet.
Yeah. Like, Luka, let's go. All right, hold on, but I got a what would you like? Sherry's berries here. I got some Kirklands. I got a gift certificate. What do you need? What can help me?
He's got one of those rooms, the bowl game rooms where the players go in and they get anything they want out this room.
Right.
Yeah, right. Like this gift room. Yeah. It doesn't matter what Luka says.
So what you're saying then is,
or does,
you have those Celtic demons, and they've popped up in all 3 games of the series. Ultimately, they've decided, all right, we're going to leave you alone, and Boston has won. But the Celtic demons, those are the ones that knocked the Celtics out last year when they lost to Miami. They're the ones that almost cost the Celtics a 21-point lead last night. So you're saying the demons are gone now? They're off to Cancun?
No. I'm not saying listen, we're talking
They're down there
about
with drapes in Cancun.
Yeah. Right. No, not forever. I'm saying right now, and that's why I say
for this
year. Perfect storm happened for the Celtics. They got a Mavs team who was hot but played a difficult schedule. They played Luka, who's banged up. It feels like there's 1 or 2 other players on Dallas who's banged up. I brought out the fact that Derek Lively lost his mother the week before that he had to play finals for the first time. I think it's just a perfect storm.
Mm-hmm.
it has happened for Boston. And I'll be honest, I think Drew Holiday, and I've said it, Jaylen Brown and Drew Holiday, to me, have said, we're going to put our foot in the sand and we're going to go win. We will not go home without the loss. I'm not saying the Celtics, because I believe there's a few other people. I mean, Jayson Tatum, to me, is still fighting some demons. I still think he hasn't, conquered every single piece of what needs to happen, but he's along for the ride right now. I think there are a couple guys who have kind of put the caution to the wind and said, man, I don't care about nothing no more. And Drew Holiday's already been to the mountaintop, so he's not really even facing demons. Everything from here on out for Drew Holiday is extra. It's icing. Yeah. It's cake. It's cherry. Yeah, cherry on top.
Win.
Right.
They trade me. All right, I'll help you guys win.
Right. Exactly. So my thing with that is I think it's a perfect storm for Boston. Now, if you would have told me Minnesota, I might say, okay, yeah, it might be a little different, But the other part of it is Boston didn't really face nobody. They didn't have to look the demon in the eye this time. How many times I think, well, I'll say this. I think there was an opportunity for Indiana to put some heat on the feet. And they coughed it up in game one. And after that, the demon went away. It's oh, you know what, man? Sleepy Hollow, you shall pass.
I think you're right. I mean, that was it. When they blew that lead in game one, I remember when Brown made the 3 to tie the game because Indiana had the ball and a 3-point lead with 10 seconds left. Inbound. It's that's, I don't know what the, win probability is, but it's got to be like, what, 97%?
Tyrese Halliburton dribbled the ball off his foot one prior, shot a step back 3 when you were winning for whatever reason. I have no idea. And then Jaylen Brown hit a good shot. I mean, it wasn't that difficult, but it was a good shot.
Yeah.
Indiana didn't try to foul. Like, there were so many things Indiana didn't do. That was the demon that Boston was facing. And the fact of the matter is Indiana, they let them off the hook.
They did. I'm with you. When Jaylen Brown made that 3 and that just tied the game, I remember thinking, this game is over. This series is over.
Yes, because Indiana, now they have to start to look in the mirror. Oh, man, we gave that. Now we're second guessing ourselves.
Now they got the demons.
Yes, Indiana's never even been close to this type of atmosphere as far as this team when it comes. This ain't Reggie Miller, Jalen Rose, and Rick Smits and them. This is a brand new situation. So Detlef, what was Rick Smith? The Duncan Dutchman? What was Rick Smith? Yeah. Okay, I couldn't remember. Detlef we got to get Detlef on the show. He's a good dude, still up in Seattle area. Does great foundational things. Charitable things up there in Seattle and all around too, but just a good dude. But I think that was the opportunity to really see what Boston was facing. They've had it, man. I'm talking about straight yellow brick road. I've said that. It has been simple and easy. I know you have to go out and win, but Boston has it tailor-made. In the shade. There's not a lot of things they've had to do besides beat themselves.
Some of that they've earned by winning 64 games. But you're right. By the way, you mentioned the Duncan Dutchman. Jerry Reynolds told us a story once. Rick Smith was 7'4", and the Kings, one year they're playing him when Jerry's coaching, and the Kings didn't have anybody really to match up with him. They had a guy named Randy Allen, who I think might have been 6'8".
Randy Allen?
Do you remember that name?
I don't remember Randy Allen.
Randy Allen was playing center. So the game starts and Indiana has the ball. And so Rick Smith is posted up and Jerry's looking and he turns to his assistant and says, "Where's our center? We don't have anybody guarding him." And he looks Allen, again baby. And he sees behind Rick Smith, he sees this little arm poke out. One side, a little arm on the other. On. There he is.
Randy
Allen.
Randy Allen was the biggest person on that team at 6'8". No way.
He was trying to guard.
What year is this?
When was Jerry coaching? 90,
what
91, something like that. Yeah.
And Randy Allen was all that they had to offer?
He was their best at that time. For
where was Purvis Ellison? Nervous Purvis.
Well, where do you think he was? He was out. He was injured.
I got you.
Yeah. Let me see. Randy Allen, 6'8". Yeah. James Randall, Randy Allen. So he's guard 7'4", the Duncan Dutchman. Where's our center? The little arm pops out. There he is. All right, there he is. Hang in there, Randy. Hold your ground. Hold your ground.
Come on, man. Wait a minute. I'm going back to look at this here. Because that'd have been, you said, was that 92 or 91, 92?
I thought it was earlier than that. I don't know the year. Jerry just said.
Because Dick Motta was 91, 92, right?
Yeah, I think so. 89, 90, something in there. Well, Jerry will tell the story. I'll bring him on. Tell the story if you don't believe me.
89, 90. That's when Jerry was there, right? Right.
I will also say this. You're going to find, you're looking this up.
Yeah, I am. I'm looking
# confirmed.
Randy Allen. Randy Allen was a shooting guard. He's listed as a shooting guard.
6'8", Randy Allen. Yeah, 6'8". He was a forward.
Where was Greg Stokes when you need him?
I don't know.
At 6'10".
It's a good question.
Where was Greg Kite?
I don't know.
6'11".
I'll ask
Tizzy. Wasn't Tizzy on that team?
I'll have to ask.
Let me see. I'm going over. Yeah, Tizzy was on that team.
Randy Allen was the best matchup at that time.
The big dog, Antoine. They must have switched. Bad job by Jerry.
I remember Randy Allen one time where we drove out to the arena for something during the day, some promotional thing, and the players had just practiced. And Randy Allen's walking like in the parking lot. And my brother goes, "Hey, it's Randy Allen." You know, normally when you say a player's name, what are they going to do? They're going to like just keep walking. Hey, it's Randy Allen. He turns around like, yeah?
That's cold blood.
Yeah,
I'm not listening. I'm not getting ready to disrespect Randy Allen. I don't even know him.
I'm not like, yeah? What do you need? What can I He's a really nice guy. Hey,
oh,
yes,
man.
I am. Hey, how are you?
I'm
What's
getting
up?
Randy on the show.
Okay.
Straight from Florida State, baby.
He was never drafted, but managed to play 2 years in the league with the Kings. A real success story. By the way, one more note about the finals. Have you noticed that we saw this during the regular season at the end, and it's continuing in the finals? The referees are they're not calling fouls.
No.
There are sometimes, remember last night, when Derek White tried to foul Kyrie, I think it was Kyrie, maybe it was Hardaway. He grabs him by the arm, and the official's right there, and he's like looking, and there's play on.
Yeah.
There's some fouls they're just not calling.
Yeah. This is crazy. I don't know what's going on. It really is. It's crazy.
It's not basketball.
That's where you need the Randy Allen, baby.
Yeah. Very physical Randy Allen. Yeah.
Nervous Purvis, man. Not even rookie season, not even out there to stick Rick Smiths.
Yeah, we'll have to get the rest of that story, but that's a true story. And so is this when we come back. We'll look at Kyrie, where he ranks among the best number 2s or Robins of all time. How high do you have him next on Sactown Sports?
Subscribe to Sactown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sactown Sports.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at PowerCopier.com.
NBA basketball returns to Golden One Center this July 6th, 7th, and 9th for the California Classic Summer League games. 3-day passes in the lower level start at just $66 and include access to all 6 games. See your Sacramento Kings as they host the San Antonio Spurs and Charlotte Hornets, featuring newly drafted rookies, NBA sophomores, and other athletes competing to make NBA rosters. Visit kings.com/California Classic for more information and to buy your tickets today.
Save on rows and rows of new Hondas during our giant summer sale at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Hurry in and save on our best selection of new Hondas. Each is priced to sell now. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on a giant selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline, Civics, and Accords with low finance and lease options. Get to Folsom Lake Honda or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Mark Finan in the KCRA3 Weather Center. Skies will stay clear through the night tonight. A Delta breeze will cool us to the mid-50s by morning. Tomorrow will be a little bit warmer than today with highs in the low 90s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA3 app.
It's been said an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And when it comes to a nice, cool summer, it's so true. Right now, get a complete air conditioner tune-up for just $59. Bonnie. Plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air. Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696355.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Capital Casino has been serving the greater Sacramento area in the same convenient downtown location for over 20 years, with plenty of close-by, well-lit parking monitored by security staff and offering the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Best food, best service, and the best action. That's Capital Casino. For more information on tournaments and gaming, check out their website at capital-casino.com. And please remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I lock up my Old Spice Fiji aluminum-free dry spray to keep that 24/7 lasting freshness safe for myself. Fresh coconuts, palm trees in the wind. It's like catching waves in Fiji. Actually, I just talked myself into a refreshing spritz of Fiji. My Old Spice is missing! No!
We take a bird's eye view over North Carolina and hit the course at Pinehurst for a U.S. Open update. Long Beach's own Patrick Cantley, who finished at 5 under today in his first round, currently sits tied with Rory McIlroy, who also was in the clubhouse at 5 under on the 124th edition of the U.S. Open. Bryson DeChambeau is one of 2 golfers sitting at 3 under heading into round 2 tomorrow. Tony Finau and Canada's Tyrell Hatton sit at 2 under, while Sergio Garcia is one of many who finished at 1 under today. The great Tiger Woods, well, he finished with the 4 over 74 after his first round and will enter tomorrow needing a solid day to advance in the weekend. That is your 4:30 update at the U.S. Open. That's brought to you by Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices, always about quality.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. Chad, what's going on for Chrysler's Make This the Summer event?
Well, it boils down to this one question. Do you want a great deal? Hoblet has it. Right now, you can save up to $13,500 off MSRP on remaining new 2023 Dodge Challenger or Dodge Charger, starting as low as $25,595. There's just a handful left, and after this month, it's all done.
After this month, the savings are all gone.
Yep. So if you've been putting it off, but you've dreamt about getting one of these cars, you better stop by Hoblet Dodge in historic downtown Woodland fast.
You won't find a bigger selection or bigger deals on the vehicle you want than Hoblet Dodge right now. Don't miss your opportunity. Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
13,000 total net savings after $89.20 factory rebates and $48.80 dealer discount. At least 10 at this net savings. $25,595 net price after $64.20 factory rebates. Rebates may include $500 first responder bonus cash. Must be current member of First Responder Association. VIN number 607624. See dealer for details.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
We have big-time, big money quarterback news. The Jaguars and Trevor Lawrence have agreed to a 5-year contract extension worth $275 million, including $200 million guaranteed, Jay, Cha-ching!
Try and get the moolah.
So not a lot of the quarterbacks in that class so far have panned out, but Trevor Lawrence, new deal with the Jags, $200 million guaranteed.
He's the guy, right? He's the one. If Imran Palati of True Sports Cards was here, he'd be the one to say he's the guy that you collect.
Yeah.
Out of that draft class. I think Justin Fields still has a coin flip to it, but he's the man.
Mm-hmm. I don't think I have any of Trevor Lawrence. I do have some, as far as the cards go, Trey Lance, Zach Wilson, had a Mac Jones card that I thought, ooh, I'm hanging on to this. Shouldn't have hung on to it.
Yeah, swing that.
That's the way. That's the way it goes.
Isn't he? He's backing up Trevor Lawrence now, right?
Yeah.
Man,
didn't see that coming.
You got the backup and the starter.
Yeah, there was a time when it was going for a lot of money, like $200, something like that. This card I have before Mac Jones, before we knew what he really was. And I remember thinking, because there were stories that things aren't going well in training camp with the Patriots. And I remember asking people, should I probably trade that card? And yeah, you probably should. And I didn't. I hung on to it.
So you'd asked me, I'd have told you what?
Sell
it.
Yes, sell. Interesting thought here on the text line, 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. The other day I heard about a 7'6" center who wore number 76 and played for the 76ers from the 209. Do you know who that is?
George Mirasan.
No, it's Sean
Bradley. I know.
Yeah, poor Sean Bradley, and he's been confined to a wheelchair in recent years. But Sean Bradley was 7'6" and he weighed 230 when they
he was string bean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's having some health issues right now. Hopefully, prayers up to Sean.
Yes, absolutely. He's under a lot of pressure. It was a big gamble. A lot of people kind of wondered why they took him. It didn't work out, and he's got
BYU. Where'd he come out?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, BYU.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. What else do we have on the chat here? And on the text line, 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Not drafting Luka is always going to be one of the best decisions the Kings ever made from the 916. What do you think of that? I don't even know if I'd go that far.
Yeah, I don't know who that is from the 916 because I didn't put the name on it. But yeah, you crazy. Because even if nothing else, he is a product. He is an asset. He is something that everyone covets in the league. There aren't many GMs, owners, players who's going to say, you know what, I'm sure glad I don't play with Luka. Unless they know him and they come from the school of Whitey G. But, most people on the outside looking in, they see this dude as a savant. They see Luka as, one of the top 5 guys in the league right now, MVP candidate just about every single year, first team All-NBA guy, all-star, young, still with a lot of time on the legs, according to a lot of people besides you. You act as if Luka can't run up and down the court 3 times without being huffing and puffing. But I would say even if you do what Atlanta did, right? You draft him and trade him. So an asset which would brought Trae Young, but I don't see that. Yeah, I can't agree with that.
The choice for the Kings, it boiled down to, obviously, they didn't take him and they took Bagley. But the choice the Kings really made was, we don't need Luka because we have De'Aaron Fox. So if they end up with De'Aaron Fox as their best player, they accomplish things like they did last season, not the just concluded season, but the season before that. Remember, no one was talking about Luka then. It's like, oh, my goodness, I guess it didn't matter. So if De'Aaron Fox is able to lead this Kings team to a championship would be one thing, but short of that, if they just have a run of success here, then I don't think the Luka thing really matters. If they don't, then it's going to be, that cloud's going to be there.
What's it? And someone else just chimed in from the 916. Count me in too. I'm so glad the Kings didn't draft Luka. I would hate having to root for that person.
For him.
Yeah, but you again, White.
Yeah, Jay. Yeah.
You even if you draft him, you trade him, you spin him, you're gonna get something back. You're gonna get value back. That's what I'm looking for. I understand emotions, feelings. Look, there's players I dislike too. I don't want to root for, but you got to be an absolute fool to think Luka is not an asset that they could have spun, or Luka couldn't have made the Sacramento Kings better.
No, I know. And then there's also evidence. I think we talked about this last week. There's also evidence that the GM that left the Kings and then went to the Knicks,
Scott Perry,
that he would have traded. You don't want De'Aaron Fox. If you take Luka, I'll take De'Aaron and I'll give you a Porzingis. So the Kings, it looks like they could have had Porzingis and Luka.
Right.
How would that have worked out here? I don't know, but it worked out pretty well for the Mavs.
Right. Which is, and you take them, you spin them, just like Atlanta did. You take them, you get them out of here. If you're not a fan, but he was the wonder kid. People were falling over left and right about getting Luka, here. And it was quite frankly set up for the Sacramento Kings to grab Luka. Like, it was all but there. And you couldn't have told me that Luka wasn't being drafted by the Kings. It went hand in hand. Then we started hearing whispers of, some personal vendetta. We started hearing whispers that, someone from the Sacramento Kings organization may dislike some family members of Luka.
Vlade didn't like his dad. It's one of the things you hear. I have no idea if it's true.
Who cares? I don't know. But when you let emotions, when you let feelings, you start to act, and I'm not saying Vlade was, because maybe they just like Marvin Bagley. I don't know. But me personally, I truly thought everything was set up for Luka to be there. When you start to dive into, drafting for needs and not the best player, when you start to look at your emotions and your feelings, the same things you are questioning Luka about, most of the time things don't go right for you, man. You got to be able to control that.
Was it your idea, Jay, in that second game against Dallas this year? You had the Tuesday game, Kings lose, and you have the Friday game, the game which Malik was injured. Was it your idea to have Vlade sitting there? Was that your idea?
Yeah, sure.
Why to try to intimidate Luka or whatever, and then it ends up being, Luka going, waving bye-bye to him, and he should have drafted me. Because that didn't work out well.
Nah, it didn't. I mean, just probably not the best decision. Put that gentleman, put Vlade, the legend, in the third row.
It wasn't as bad of a decision as not drafting Luka in the first place, but it was close.
Yeah, it is. I mean, what are you supposed to do, though? But what if Vlade is coming into town and he's here, he's ready to rock out at the game? You can't sit Vlade anywhere beside front row.
We got lots of nice boxes up here, Vlade. Beautiful box seats.
Okay. I can see that. I can see the box.
We don't want to give Luka a chance to interpret it that way and make it even worse for us on the worst night of the year.
Luka's the type of cat that he would know that Vlade was still up in the box, and he'd still look up there and, cuss him out. Like, my thing, the tough part is Vlade doesn't seem like the box guy to me. Every time he's in the building, I'm front row, baby. I'm stretching the 7 feet legs out.
Okay, I'll give you. If they didn't think of it as like Vlade's here, we want to take care of him. Great. That's one thing. But I think it was intentional, like, watch this. We'll show them.
I hope not.
Hey, Luka, look who's here. Yeah, if that was the case, not a good decision. Didn't work out, in my opinion.
What is wrong with some people here in Sacramento? 530. I'd take Porzingis over Luka. What?
Huh?
How? Explain that. Whitey, since you're the Luka hater, you're the fan club president.
Unicorn. Porzingis was the unicorn. And Luka's Luka's stock is down today. This is maybe the lowest we've seen it in a while. Today,
a first-team All-NBA player,
well,
MVP candidate every single time he's played.
You had Windhorst going off on him last night, and he had that bad game. I'm just saying, I'm not saying it's, still much higher than a lot of players, but Luka's stock today, it's the lowest it's been in a while. So I think some people are, they're listening to me, whatever.
They take Porzingis over Luka.
There's a little piling on today, and I admit I've been guilty of it myself.
I think Kings fans have gotten to the point now, and they should. I can't blame them. He's not a king, so you have to hate him. You got to learn to flip it, swing it, turn it any kind of way. I'm not rooting for that.
Someone else says they would take a disease, and I won't mention the disease over Luka.
Come on, man.
It's actually a condition, I think.
Come on, we got to be. Luka is a top 10 guy in this league. If the Kings even sniff a top 10 guy in this league.
I agree with this. What do you think? Eric Stoneburn, and then we'll take a break. Thank you, Eric. Luka's stock is like Drake's after the rap battle between he and Kendrick today.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yes,
that's about right. That's a good move.
That's a chat comment of the day nominee right there.
That's shots out.
Yeah.
What is it? Stone Burner?
Eric Stoneburner.
Yeah, Stoneburner's coming through today. I like where he's burning. Hot stove.
A day. Yeah, we still got to get to the top number 2s of all time, where Kyrie ranks. And who's the number 2 on the Kings? Next, Sactown Sports.
At the Good Feet store, we take pain very seriously. Whether in the foot, knee, hip, or back, Good Feet makes over 300 styles, flexibilities, and sizes of pain-relieving arch supports. With 26 bones, 30 joints, and over 100 muscles, tendons, and ligaments in each foot, a lot can go painfully wrong. So there's a trained arch support specialist at each Good Feet store to give you a precision fit. Come in for a free fitting and test walk. No appointment necessary. Good Feet arch supports are HSA, FSA eligible.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Vacaville. Online at goodfeet.com.
Fuel up your winnings during Sky River Casino's $60,000 table game exclusive gas card giveaway. Your chance to share $60,000 in prizes, including a $5,000 gas card each week, just for playing your favorite table games. Earn 1 entry for each qualifying hand you're dealt, plus double entries on Mondays and Tuesdays. The more you play, the better the chance to fill up your tank during our drawings every Sunday starting June 9th. Visit skyriver.com for a list of qualifying hands. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
With T-Mobile, you can save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, we'll pay off your locked AT&T phone up to $650, and you'll get a new 5G phone for free. Pay off via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Free phone up to $830 via 24 monthly bill credits with qualifying planning credit plus tax and $35 connection charge. Contact us before canceling to continue bill credits or they stop and required finance agreement balances due. See T-Mobile.com.
You're going to feel a puff of air.
Jong's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Sacramento, Dirk Bentley is coming to town.
Hey, y'all, this is Dirk Bentley.
Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends.
This is Bonnie. Take my hand, let me make you mine.
Hey, it's Dasha. Kelsey Hart and more. Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets before they sell out at CITPfest.com. Brought to you by Hyatt Vacation Club and Xfinity.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
I'm surprised at how many players wait too long to have their golf clubs regripped. I'll pick up my playing partner's clubs when they're left near the green, and that's when I notice that some of the problems in their games could be attributed to worn golf grips. If yours are shiny or worn when you play, you're probably gripping the club too strongly for fear of losing it during a swing. The golf grip is your connection to the club, and fresh grips let you hold the club lightly, promoting proper swing mechanics and swing action. Many of us simply replace the grips with the same product that was on the club, but with so many different types of materials, colors, tackiness, softness, and more, you'll find plenty of sizes and colors to fit your game and your personality. Your local pro shop or club fitter can re-grip your clubs, or you can purchase a kit and do it yourself. Either way, re-gripping once a year is an inexpensive and fast way to bring a noticeable change to your game and to give your clubs that new club feel. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Coach Doug Christie here to remind you, if you're in the market for a new car, shop Folsom Lake Kia. Low interest rates, low payments, and zero down deals with approval of credit. Folsom Lake Kia, over 25 years, right here in Folsom.
Whitey here reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Oh, yeah, having a good time. You know, it's kind of sad, isn't it? We're this close to the NBA season being over. I still think there's a threat of a chance that Dallas wins tomorrow night. Maybe they go to Boston, and Boston seizes up at home. We can win the championship. maybe Dallas still makes this a series. Maybe. Jay says, no chance. No chance. You're the guy that picked Dallas.
Yeah, but I mean, I didn't pick Dallas out here getting jumped on left and right, choking and stuff.
What did you think was going to happen? What did you and Draper think was going to happen?
I thought they were good. I thought they were playing hot. I thought Kyrie would show up like he did yesterday. I thought he'd ball out. Drew Holiday's got dude on clamps. It's not there. I mean, look, you can admit it. I can admit it. I was wrong. Not running from it.
We'll see. Not wrong yet. Although, well, you said 6. There's no way Mavs win in 6. That's off the board now. Kyrie Irving with a big game last night. There's an interesting piece here, Bleacher Report, comparing Kyrie to the other, they say, number 2s of all time. You know, the Robins to other players, Batmen. So here's what they have. The top 10 number 2s of all time in the NBA. This relates to something we were talking about yesterday as well. I don't agree with a lot of this list, but just real quick, they got 10 Joe Dumars.
Okay.
They got 9 Willis Reed.
Okay.
To me, he was more of a co-A, but okay. 8 Pau Gasol with Kobe.
Kobe?
Yeah. 7 Anthony Davis with LeBron.
All right.
6 Kyrie with LeBron. And it goes 5 Draymond Green, which is like, that's just wrong.
He's not a 3. Yeah, that'd be Klay Thompson.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Thank you. 4 Manu Ginobili. Hadn't thought of that.
He's a 3. He wasn't a 2.
Who was it? Tony Parker?
Tony Parker,
then, right?
2, yeah.
Yeah. Kevin McHale, number 3 on the list, which is like, pretty solid. John Havlicek, which goes way back. Like
before my time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I know John Havlicek, but he was number 2 to Bill Russell.
And the greatest number 2, my guy. Right?
Scottie Pippen.
Of course.
Scottie Pippen's number 1 on the list.
As he should be. He should be the greatest Robin.
Who's number 2 on the Kings right now? Is Domas number 2 or is it co-number 1s?
Domas is 2. He's 2. If he was putting up, 3-4 more points, you could argue.
But he was all league, and number 1 wasn't.
It's harder for me. It's harder to make it, and I know they're not doing it this way no more. But it panned out to be, the voting panned out this way. Point guard is loaded in the NBA.
Yes,
big fellas, not so much. Not so much. Like the NBA is littered with. When you talk about stars, half of them are easily, a point guard.
Yeah, but a lot of that argument goes out the window just because, as you said, they don't do it by position. Now, I know it worked out that way when you look at it. It's like they pretty much did do it by position, but they're not required to vote by position. So,
right.
So, here's an interesting thought from Soulshine Band, who's also having a good show today. Soulshine Band, I think he's having a good show.
I can't keep my eye over there because, I'm doing 12 things.
Oh, I know. He says Pippen. He says you have to mention D-Wade and Shaq.
Yep.
I don't know who the 2 was there. D-Wade was the 1 on that team.
Or maybe it's D-Wade when he was playing with LeBron and then Shaq playing with D-Wade.
Yes. I would say D-Wade with LeBron. Kobe and Shaq.
Yep.
Who's the 2 there? Shaq was clearly the 1.
What do you mean? Who's the 2 there? Stop playing around
the
here.
Number 2 in those is amazing. I think James Worthy was also a 2.
2, yeah.
Although he was kind of a 2 to both Kareem and to Magic.
Yeah.
So Kobe was a 2, and D-Wade was a 2 to
all of them great.
LeBron.
All of them great. Absolutely. Drexler probably to Akeem, right? He's got to be in there somewhere along the line. I'm not sure if he's probably back in top 10, maybe. He was a 1 in Portland for a long time. Who was the 2 on Boston? Because Paul Pierce was probably the 1. Is it KG was the 2, or Ray Allen was the 2, or they both were the 2?
I guess KG was the 2. I never thought of him that way, but I think you're right.
Okay.
And I'll bet you if you said that to him, he'd slap you.
Yeah. And cuss me out like Luka. Yeah. I mean, trying to think of a few more.
What's very interesting about what you just mentioned to me is this. It was in 2013, Brian Windhorst mentioned this last night. That's when Boston really began this journey to the threshold of a championship, because 2013 is when they traded Paul Pierce and when they traded Garnett, and I think Ray Allen as well. That's when they okay, we're starting over. And here they are on the threshold of a championship. They almost won a championship before. What I did earlier today, I went back and looked at all the teams in the NBA, the bottom 11 since then, since 2013, and Boston's in that bottom 11. And I evaluated, okay, what have those teams accomplished since then? And we'll look at that in just a second. I got to warn you, if you're a Kings fan, it's not a pretty picture.
Of course,
there's a lot of teams in that group that have done some things, and the Kings haven't really done anything, Jay.
What, this sounds bad. If we're going back 10 years in anything with the Kings, most of the pictures aren't pretty. Pretty.
And that, okay, I understand that. Sometimes it happens, but when you compare it to those other teams that were in the similar predicament back then, then you look at what some of them have done, which we will do.
Making moves.
It underscores how important this offseason is. Because again, all right, that's fine. Why are you dredging that up? The Kings have not fared well. Right. But now is a chance. They've built this team for this particular club to have a shot to do something. They came up short this year. They have to get things done this offseason. Because if this doesn't work, then you slip right back.
It's
unacceptable, right?
But I keep trying to warn you. I keep trying to warn Drapes. I keep trying to warn the Sac Sports 1140 listeners. I keep trying to warn the Kings fans. Don't put all your eggs in the basket, because this offseason, I don't see it. You got to be a little more patient. I know that's difficult to say and approach, but I continue to keep on pressing. Calendar year. You're going to have to take this offseason and the trade deadline and maybe even next offseason to get some things done, where everyone around here is going to be amplified, pumped up, and ready to go. If you don't see the big name come across this season, don't get it twisted. Kings fans are definitely going to be upset. But I think
I don't know how you're going to sell that to your family.
I get it. I understand. It's not my job. Now, if they want to come pay Jay to do it, I'll sign up. Watch me get busy. But I'm just saying there's an opportunity to me, trade deadline, and it doesn't have to be directly on the day of trade deadline. It could be, we see, early season trades. It can happen. I'm just saying within the calendar year, I expect some moves. I don't expect the Kings to solidify everything this offseason. And I think if you're doing that, if you believe that, I think you're fooling yourself.
As long as it's done with this core, this group, as long as you're making something happen with this group. By the way, Kings fan Dan says, nah, Foxy is the 2, Mr. Triple Double is the 1.
Hey, listen, take it how you want to. No problem.
Penny and Shaq get a mention.
Penny
Billups
for
and
sure.
Rip Hamilton. Yeah.
Vince
Carter and T-Mac.
Yeah, I guess.
I think we're really talking more about number 2s on teams that actually, woo,
put the paint where it ain't. Yeah, Pippen, baby.
Yeah.
Shouts out to Pippen.
Yeah. Thanks for your contributions. When we come back, we will look at how the rest of the league has done since 2013 when Boston's current journey began on Sactown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
At Ashton & Price, we get injury victims to yes. Experience, yes. Ashton & Price has been around for over 25 years. No more insurance companies? Yes. Our clients focus on getting better, and we handle all the rest. Results? Yes. We've collected over $100 million for injury victims. No fee until we win? Yes. Our clients pay nothing until we win. Ashton and Price, the best at getting to yes. Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Carmichael Dave here, reminding you this Father's Day, you can make your backyard the ultimate retreat with Amy's Outdoor Living, your grilling headquarters. See the new Red Hot barbecue brands, Napoleon and Rectech. Napoleon grills, perfect gas, perfect infrared grilling, built to last. And those Rectech pellet grills, they're built like a tank and offer the #1 rated grilling app. Now, Amy also features Weber, Big Green Egg, and Traeger gas and pellet grills like I have, and the Gosney professional pizza ovens. Guys, I threw my old pizza oven out. I got the Gosney in my backyard. It is so awesome to do pizza at home with the family. Free setup and delivery on $3.99 and over purchases. Save 40% off selected in-stock patio furniture and umbrellas. Visit their clearance center in the Sacramento store for scratch and dent savings. Amy's Outdoor Living, El Camino near Watt, and inside Amy Ace Hardware in the El Dorado Town Center.
It's the Make This the Summer event, and it's going on now at Lodi Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Hi, everyone. Leonard Harrington here, and I want to tell you how we make your buying experience at Lodi CDJR as easy as possible. You can come in for a visit, or you can do everything online at LodiCDJR.com. Just pick out the make and model you want and scroll through our large in-stock inventory. Next, schedule a test drive at the click of a button. If you want to finance your vehicle, you can start your paperwork online too, saving you plenty of time before you get here. And if you're looking to sell your vehicle or looking to buy, we'll give you an instant cash offer online too. At Lodi Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, we make it easier than ever to put you into a new vehicle. It's what we do. Online at LodiCDJR.com or in person. We're right off 99 in Kettleman, where we're open till 9 every night and Sundays after church.
Prices are better at the Low Price Center. Lodi Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Visit us at LodiCDJR.com.
Hey, Sacramento, get ready to rock, groove, and have a blast with the Sactown Sports live events calendar. It's an unbeatable lineup of shows you won't want to miss. First up at Thunder Valley on June 22nd, don't miss NSYNC and Backstreet stars Joey Fatone and AJ McLean as they bring back the hits. On June 28th, it's country sensation Lee Brice lighting up the stage, all at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. And check out your Live Nation lineup on August 4th. Don't miss the Outlaw Music Festival at Toyota Amphitheater, featuring Willie Nelson, Bob Dylan, and John Mellencamp. On August 15th, catch Donnie Osmond at Hard Rock Live Sacramento. And then on August 22nd, Creed Fisher takes the stage at Ace of Spades. And coming up September 10th, enjoy the timeless sounds of the Doobie Brothers at Toyota Amphitheater. Visit LiveNation.com for all your ticket information. And stay tuned to Sactown Sports for exclusive updates and your chance to win tickets.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports.
Local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
We've been talking about the best number twos of all time. Some great suggestions here. Tony Kukoc, KD number 2 to Curry number 1 from Johnny Ponderosa. KD was number 1 on those teams. Curry was actually number 2 to KD's number 1 because in the finals, KD was MVP. But we're talking finals, of course, because the Celtics are now on the verge of their 18th championship after taking a 3-0 lead last night. So with Boston this close to another title, it's interesting to look back on how this journey began for them. It was 2013 when the Celtics traded away. They got rid of Paul Pierce. They traded Kevin Garnett to the Nets, and I think Ray Allen was also sent packing. So that's when their journey began. So let's just go back to that year, 2013-14 season, and see how the bottom 11 teams in the NBA have fared since then. Boston was certainly one of them. Boston was 25-57 that year. Since then, they are on the verge of winning a championship, multiple playoff appearances, Eastern Conference Finals appearances with basically 2 different iterations of the same team. So they've done well since then. How about the Denver Nuggets? The Denver Nuggets that year, again, this is the bottom 11. They were 36-46 in 2013-14. the year Boston's current journey began. Jay, have the Nuggets done anything since then?
Oh, yeah, be a championship there, sir.
They won a championship. The New Orleans Pelicans were 34-48. They haven't done a lot, but even they've been to the playoffs 4 times since then.
Sure been spanking the Kings.
Yeah, and it was 2 different teams again because you had that Drew Holiday, Anthony Davis team, and then you have the current team. They haven't had much playoff success, but they've been there 4 times. How about the Cleveland Cavaliers? Have they done anything since then?
Yeah, that'd be a championship, sir.
Won a championship with LeBron.
Yes, sir.
He leaves. Now they have the current iteration that also has been a playoff team. So multiple playoff appearances for them. 2 different teams making the playoffs. The Detroit Pistons. This may surprise you, but since then, since 2013-14, the Pistons have been to the playoffs twice.
Couple times, yeah.
They got knocked out in the first round both times. So they haven't fared very well, but they've been to the playoffs twice.
Hey.
So keep that in mind. How about the Lakers, 27-55 that year? Have they done anything?
Yeah, a little asterisk bubble championship, whatever.
Have, some say they have a championship. Technically, they have a championship.
They got that little weak, that little weak flyer of a rafter. I mean, a banner they call an in-season tournament too.
Right. I actually forgot about that. That's right. Then Boston, as I say, and of course we know where they are.
They're about to get one.
Utah Jazz, 25-57, no championships, but they made the playoffs, 6 years in a row before they had to break up that Gobert, Donovan Mitchell team, and now they're building another team, but they had success, just no championship. Orlando Magic, 23-59 that year. They've been to the playoffs, I think, 4 times. They also have not had much success, if any, but they've been to the playoffs. They were in the playoffs last year. The 76ers were 19-63 that year.
Oof.
We were still in the process. They haven't won a championship, but they've been a good team in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And then the only other team here on this list, other than Sacramento, the Milwaukee Bucks. Have they done anything
they
since
got
then?
a ship too.
Yeah. The only other team on the list there, as I said, the Sacramento Kings have been to the playoffs once.
Why are you bringing this stuff up, man?
Because look at that.
Why are you bringing up this bad news, man?
Because it comes to mind here with Boston having started this journey in 2013. All right, how's everyone done since then? We need to be better than that, Jay. And that's why this offseason, going into next year to the deadline, however you want to phrase it, is crucial because this is the best core the Kings have had since then. All these other teams have done something. Now, I'd rather be the Kings than some of these teams. I know you like to play that game like Detroit, but they've all done more. All the teams at the bottom of this list, maybe there's some teams that finished higher that haven't fared as well. Those teams have all done better than the Kings since then. Some of them by a lot.
Tough pill to swallow is what you're telling me, man. I get it, but you're bringing up old stuff, man. I'm talking about present day, future stuff. Let's stop looking at the glass half empty and look at it half full.
But what have the Kings been doing while all these other teams are literally building championship teams?
Whitey, what'd I just tell you, man? Stop bringing up old stuff. Stop bringing it up.
All right.
It's the same thing I always say. Stop bringing up the old 2000 team from the Kings all the time. It's okay to reminisce, know your history, congratulate them, bring them back for a bottle of champagne and all that type of stuff. But we don't have to look back and assimilate every single Sacramento Kings team to the 2000s team all the time. We're always comparing them.
I appreciate you're saying you can't bask in the glory of the past, nor should you wallow in the despair of the past.
Absolutely. I like where you're going.
Focus. Yeah, it's very zen.
Yes, yin and yang, baby. Yeah, you call me Phil Jackson. I will say this, though. I think the point which you're making
you don't like Phil Jackson, do you?
No, I'm not. I'm not like anything to do with the Lakers.
That's
I can't
what I thought.
Yeah, I don't care what it is. Unless they're giving me a job. Now let's talk about something different.
Then, yeah. Well, sure.
They're helping me feed my family.
Right.
But it makes me look at it as if this is an opportunity for the Kings to move forward. And that's why I want to continue to keep on saying, I want to just give them the year. Now, with that being said, though, they need to do something this offseason. I don't want to just see, a move where they trade the first round pick, they get 2 seconds back, they don't do nothing with the seconds, they don't go for broke, they don't try anything, don't get a Bronny James.
I understand what you're saying. Please stop.
Yeah.
I got you. I got you.
Okay.
I got you.
See, now you got me being negative. You got me being negative. You got me talking as if
I'm trying to focus on the current situation.
Yes. I think they need to do something. I'm just not sure the big move that everybody is grasping the straw for is there right now. I do think within this offseason and the trade deadline, though, within the next year of basketball, there's going to be something for the Kings to do. Now, they sure better jump on it and make do, just why they have that opportunity. But this offseason, what happens? And, somebody's going to move. We know that. We know big names are going to move. But we've went over it 100 times. What could the Kings possibly offer to the New Orleans Pelicans to entice them to give them Brandon Ingram without giving them Keegan Murray?
I don't know, but if this is all part of a plan, that should be already accounted for. I mean, this
should be the third iteration of the plan.
Can I just say something that I shouldn't say?
I got the dumb buddy.
Well, it's nothing like that.
Okay.
And I'll think. Sometimes I worry. I look at the Kings team and I see teams like Boston. They're built to win a championship. Sometimes I look at the Kings and I wonder, were they built to win a championship or were they built to snap the drought, the playoff drought? And now that they're done that, now what? That's wrong, right? I have to be wrong about that.
Well, not necessarily, because you are afforded your own opinion. I think you're kind of coming towards my side of the party, which is I continuously keep on saying you have to, if you believe this team is championship ready and capable, then you believe in De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis being championship guys.
I shouldn't laugh, but I thought you were going to say, if you believe in that, then you believe in the Eastern. No.
I just think there's another piece, major piece, that needs to be brought here to Sacramento with some fringe pieces to make it happen. And it's nothing wrong with you questioning, having that internal question.
It's a fear.
It is. Absolutely.
I'm being honest, expressing my fear.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But obviously everybody in the organization recognizes what a pivotal offseason this is. So fingers crossed. I think it's going to be a fun offseason. And I don't think anybody with the Kings would say anything other than we have a lot to prove. We're going to take a quick timeout. When we come back, Sac Republic MC, host of the Breakaway Pod, Connor Sutton will join us on Sactown Sports.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out SactownSports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on SactownSports.com.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, it was October 17th, 1974, when the A's at the Coliseum beat the Dodgers 3-2. They won the World Series 4-1 for their third straight title. Coming up later this month on June 23rd, when the A's play the Twins. As the A's say goodbye to the Coliseum this year, the A's will honor members of that 74 team in a pregame ceremony.
Want more speed? Well, Xfinity just increased their internet speeds, and they're faster than ever. It's time to get more out of your internet with faster speeds from Xfinity. Now through June 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for only $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. That's double the speed for the same great price. Click, call, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and other charges extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Big night coming up Saturday, Heart Health Park. And to tell us more about that, nice enough to join us, Sac Republic MC. He's the host of the Breakaway Pod. Connor Sutton with us. How are you today, Connor?
I'm great. How are you?
We're good, but listen, first things first, and I know we have a lot to talk about, big night coming up, but I know that recently Alan Stiles kind of filled in for you, and did he do any lasting damage to the franchise, to soccer in Sacramento, to your personal reputation? Is everything okay?
I think he did great.
Good.
I didn't see it personally, but I heard good things.
Good.
So no, he was the man. He had a great time.
Connor, you don't have to lie to kick it now.
No, he was great. He was great. Jose, also from your guys' station, was also great.
Oh, come on. Really?
Yeah, he did PA that night.
He's a soccer guy.
I know he is.
Yeah, he's a soccer guy.
I know. Well, thank you, Connor. We're just having some fun, but thank you. Appreciate that. Listen, we got the big night with the Oakland Roots coming in, post-game fireworks and a brew fest. What can you tell us about all that?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a fun night. Off the pitch, obviously we got the Brewfest event coming up before the match. The fans can come out and have a bunch of different types of beer, local beer. I think we have like 18 breweries on tap. And then after the match, post-match fireworks. So it's a great one to come out to if you're maybe not a big soccer fan. It's a good one to come check out with all the other, what we have going on. And then I think if I predict right, people who come out who maybe aren't huge soccer fans, I think they'll have a better time than they are expecting. And this is a good one to come to.
I think it's kind of one of those things anyway, Connor. We here on the Drive Guys are huge fans of the Sac Republic, and we've had those conversations about, if you've never been to a Sac Republic game, the atmosphere, the team, the squad, it's just so much going on. Speak to that, man, because I've had the opportunity to be, at numerous Republic games, and I absolutely love it.
Yeah, man, it's a different atmosphere from other sports, but that's what makes it fun. It's it's 90 minutes. It's we got fans. The Tower Bridge Battalion will be singing and chanting the whole time. Just like any other sporting event, we really harp on the officials and the opposing team. But it's a different environment than what you see in a normal baseball or even basketball game. It's just a little different, a little more consistent. There's obviously no stoppages other than halftime, so it's just a different vibe, and it's a good time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're talking to Connor Sutton, Sac Republic MC, Urban Indomita. To that point, Connor, we know how it's a different atmosphere out there from other sports, but how would you say the atmosphere at Republic FC matches compares to the atmosphere at other matches in the league? How is it different? How is Sacramento soccer different from soccer in other cities around the league?
It's a good question. I think for us, it's the biggest thing is our fans are here game in and game out. We have one of the highest attendances in the league. A lot of times we outdraw the San Jose Earthquakes, who are in MLS, who we actually beat about a month ago. So our fans show up. They show out. We saw 20,000 come out to the Hughes Stadium match last season, which was an incredible environment. I think that's the biggest thing is the atmosphere is electric. You don't want to miss it. And then plus we have great play on the field, which obviously combines and makes it even better. The team's playing really, really well. In second place in the Western Conference. Really the last 2 years, probably last 2 to 3 years have been the best stretch for the club's history. And the fans responding to that. We're growing. We're getting new people who, like I said, maybe didn't expect to become soccer fans. That was myself. I wasn't exactly a soccer guy. I started to get involved, fell in love with it, and then just my love of the game and love of matches has grown from there.
Connor talking about the great play of the Sac Republic FC, of course. Oakland coming into town business, man. That rivalry, which we own, just like we own the Warriors at this point in time. The Sac Republic have never lost to the Oakland Roots but one time, right? Well, that kind of contradicts itself, but they lost to them one time. And talk about the rivalry, the new I-80 rivalry, and I'm not talking about the Kings and the Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it. The Kings have owned the Warriors, and the Republic have owned the Roots, especially late. I think we've won the last 3 matches. And this is a team in Oakland who really gets up for the games against Sacramento. We've been around a little longer than they have, historically been a little better. So they really get up for this game. It's a rivalry game for them, obviously, and for us. And it's an opportunity for them to try and, upset a team that's at the top of the Western Conference. For the Republic, though, I think if they just continue to keep doing what they're doing, they've been playing really, really well. Had a couple matches where they didn't score a goal, which was the first time that happened all year, and then bounced back with a big road win this last weekend. So they're playing well. They've had a couple injuries. Roro Lopez went down. Russell Cicerone went down. But they have a new signing. Justin Portillo came in last week. He played really well. So I'm excited. I think it'll be a really, really good match.
Connor Sutton is with us, Sac Republic MC. Connor, not to get ahead of ourselves, because I know we're focused on a big, big night Saturday and the fireworks and the Brewfest and the Oakland Roots, but how excited is the organization for July 9th and that matchup with Seattle in the U.S. Open Cup quarterfinals?
Yeah, I am fired up for that night. Man, we had a really good match earlier this year in the Open Cup against San Jose, a 4-3 game that went into extra time. It was unbelievable. Came back from being down twice. And you guys know it's knockout sports. It's like a Game 7 for the Kings. It's an unbelievable atmosphere. Fans are on the edge of their seats. Every single play matters. And it obviously bringing in a franchise like the Seattle Sounders, bringing them to Sacramento, letting them feel maybe a little Sacramento heat, some Sacramento fans. I can't wait. It's going to be such a fun night.
Yeah, because I think the Seattle Sounders, if I'm not mistaken, they're from the old NASL, the North American Soccer League. I think they go back.
Wow,
right?
look at you.
Yeah,
strutting your knowledge. Peacock then, brother. Peacock.
Yeah.
I see you doing your things. Connor, someone that we keep our eye on around here, especially locally, is Kay Phillips, man, the forward for the Sac Republic. He seems to be scorching, on point. Speak to Kay Phillips and his play of late, man, and just, everybody talked about how young he is, but he's really kind of held up to his side of the bargain, hasn't he?
Yeah, so you're absolutely right. Phillips came over on loan from Huddersfield Town. We obviously know that's Kevin Nagel's team in England. Carmichael Dave knows that very well. And he came over on loan this year. He didn't get a lot of minutes over there. He came over mid-season, and he scored 6 goals in 7 games. He's been unbelievable. He's been a guy who hasn't really had a long stretch that he's been healthy, and now he's kind of getting that stretch, and he's really, really playing well. He's he makes some plays where your jaw is dropped with what he can do with the ball at his feet. He is super aggressive. He's got unbelievable pace and sneaky speed. He can fly by center backs at certain instances, and he's really good in the air on headers. So he's a really, really fun player to watch, and obviously he's having a great year so far.
Connor, one of the things that, I talk to the scouts all the time. One of the things they say impresses them about Sac Republic is a very good defensive team. What are the defensive numbers like this year?
Yeah, defensively, it's really been the last 3 years defensively they've been good, and it's been all the same guys. A lot of continuity in the back line. Had a clean sheet this last weekend. Our goalkeeper, Danny Vidiello, was the goalkeeper of the year a year ago. He had a PK save last weekend. And he's on pace to win the Golden Glove, meaning fewest goals allowed. And that just shows not only to his quality, but it shows to the defense. This is a team that defends as a unit, and then they take their chances. This is a team that's also taking and possessing the ball more this year than we've seen, about 5% more per game than a year ago, which that means the defense has to do a little bit less, right? And they're so good when they are kind of on their back heel. And so I think that's one of the things that has really made the team even better this year is they have the ball at their feet more often than a year ago, and they're more comfortable with that, and that's helping the defense.
Joined by Connor Sutton, game day MC, of course, director, broadcast, host. You wearing a bunch of hats over there at the Sac Republic. If you need any assistance, go ahead and call me, Connor. But question, I just thought about this in my mind, and maybe I'm hoping you're the perfect person to answer this question. I'm thinking about pulling out my application, Whitey, for the Tower Bridge Battalion.
Oh, really?
Like,
okay.
I'm thinking about I'm downloading it.
Yeah.
Filling it out,
yeah,
scanning it back to the Sac Republic, and seeing if I could be a part of this Tower Bridge. How can I be a part of this Tower Bridge Battalion, Connor?
I mean, listen, they are an independent supporter group, so they would love to have you. If you're like me and you like a couple beers on a Saturday night, they also very much support that. They're all having a great time singing, dancing, drumming, chanting. All of the above are what they do on match days, and all of those guys and girls are having a blast on match day. And I think I have a pretty great job, and I love it. But I think the Tower Bridge Battalion would be my second choice that's not really a job, but they are always having a really, really good time over there, and they honestly are what make the atmosphere at Sacramento Republic matches so good.
Now, real quick, Connor. Because you're working and emceeing and hosting and doing a host of other things, are you a part of this? Can I get in, on your pass or do it like despite you? How am I? Give me some insight here. Are you part of the TBB?
I am not. I'm not part of the TBB. I would love to be a part of the TBB, but they're independent. They want to be completely separate from the club, and I get it. And they want to. Unfortunately, I would love to be a part of it. To be honest with you, I will say I do go and cheer some of those guys before the games with a beer or so. So they they're always having a good time, and they're like I said, they're loud, and I can't wait for Saturday because they are going to be really rocking. It's going to be a near sellout match, we expect, and if not a sellout, and they are going to be a huge part of that.
Wow. Yeah, that sounds perfect for Jay because the singing, the dancing, the chanting, he does it every day at work. Even the beers, a couple beers a show. He's very
I was looking for the
responsible.
buddy pass. I was looking to see if I could get in on a companion pass.
Speaking of beers, once again, Connor, if you could, tell us about the Brewfest, when things get going. I mean, I can get a discount, right, if I go to the Brewfest and the soccer match, then I get the fireworks. What time does this all get started?
Yeah, so pre-match Brewfest is at 5:30. You have to purchase a ticket for Brewfest, and then once you purchase that ticket, you also get a ticket to the match. So it's a twofold.
Gotcha.
It's going to have 18 plus breweries, some wine, some cider, some live music. So it's a little bit of a pre-match vibe, a little bit of a tailgate situation. It should be a lot of fun. And it's not going to be too hot, but I'm sure it's going to be hot enough to where a beer's going to taste good.
What about that apple cider for folks who don't indulge in alcoholic beverage?
We do have, great question. We do, I don't know if we have apple cider. Maybe I'll have to request that. But we do have, we will have non-alcoholic beverages at Brewfest as well. And we have a designated driver program too that also gives out free non-alcoholic beverages. So yes, we got it all.
Just call it soccer cider. We got your soccer cider.
That's right. That's right. Man,
we have a Briggs Berry beer, or cider, excuse me, named after our head coach. So it's pretty good.
Excellent.
Friend of the show.
Yeah. Connor, have a great time. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. We hope to talk to you again soon.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So the Sac Republic against the Oakland Roots. Jay, are you a little torn there? I know you spent some time in Oakland, but you're a city of trees through and through, right?
Oh, yeah. How dare you even ask that question, man?
I just want to see if you were paying attention.
Absolutely. I'm sharp as a ballpoint pen over here. Absolutely. It's Republic on mine, FC on mine. You know, we even had the City of Trees jersey edition last year.
Wow.
Had to cop one of those.
Yeah.
It was a hard product to get, but you got to know the right people. Yeah. Matter of fact, I might need.
You are the right people.
It's one of those things, Whitey, where, and you might not feel this way, when you buy one, you're like, man, I don't really want to wear it. I got to get the second one, you know, so I could put that in the case. I might have to make a call and see if it's on. Somebody got one over there at the warehouse or something for me, you know. Hint, hint, if you're listening, Sac Republic FC. But listen, I enjoy it. I know we're trying to get out there as a show. We're all busy. You're a grandfather now at this point.
Yeah, sure. That's right.
Drapes takes vacations every 2 weeks, you know, and I'm just a mess. So we're trying to get there where we promise we'll be there as a unit. You know, we're not going to continue to struggle. We'll get our dates together.
Yeah,
we're looking forward to it, man.
And they outdraw the San Jose Earthquakes. That's awesome.
Don't even get me started.
That's awesome.
You know who owns the San Jose Earthquakes,
I
right?
do.
Okay.
I do know that. When we come back, Danny Hurley does not want to hear your leverage theories with the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead. Outstanding ball movement by Sacramento.
Every triple, every jam, every Kings win.
Sabonis with the jam over the Joker. He's got the three-point shot.
Get your Kings fix all season long.
Right here on your home of the Sacramento Kings.
Here's a steal by Fox, the breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Hey there, you in aisle 2. I see you by the fiber and laxatives. You still using those to manage your constipation with belly pain? If your symptoms keep coming back, you may have irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. So you may need more than over-the-counter treatments to manage it. Ask your doctor about how Linzess can help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Some people just know safe drivers save more with Allstate. Just like they know That's the mating call of a blue-footed booby. And not a green-footed booby. Yeah, some people know that. And they know if you're a safe driver, you can save up to 40% with Allstate. Ain't that something?
Based on the national average premium savings for Allstate customers with a clean driving record versus those without. Savings vary by state and based on how you buy. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
DQ presents How to Enjoy the 3 Best Cookies at the Same Time. First, grab the new Ultimate Cookie Blizzard from DQ. Then dig into Oreo, Chips Ahoy, and Nutter Butter. And last but not least, repeat! Because the new Ultimate Cookie Blizzard packs all 3 into one powerhouse of a treat. So you can enjoy the best cookie trifecta in every red spoonful. Hurry in for a taste today. Only at DQ. Happy tastes good.
Play and win to take your loyalty to new heights at Sky River Casino in Elk Grove. Sign up for Sky River Rewards, and you'll get $15 free play to use on your first visit. Plus, you'll be in the know about upcoming special events and offers. Visit skyriver.com today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We take a bird's eye view to North Carolina and hit the course at Pinehurst for a U.S. Open update. We're all tied at the top as Patrick Cantley and Rory McIlroy both hit the clubhouse today with a 5-under to lead in the 124th version of the U.S. Open. Bryson DeChambeau is one of 2 golfers sitting at 3-under, heading into round 2 tomorrow. American Tony Finau and Canada's Tyrrell Hatton sit at 2-under, while Sergio Garcia is one of many, who finished at 1-under today. The great Tiger Woods, well, he finished with the 4-over 74 at his first round, and he will enter tomorrow, needing a solid day to advance to the weekend. Though this is your update brought to you by Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices, always about quality.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Big new deal for Trevor Lawrence. We've got that coming up here with the Drive Guys. Want to touch on this Danny Hurley situation one more time. Danny Hurley was on with Le Batard today, and Danny Hurley explaining the whole deal with the talk to the Lakers, says it was a really difficult choice, but he decided to stay at UConn. And he said that this idea of him using the Lakers as a leverage play, quote, one of the worst takes I've heard is that this is a leverage play by me to improve my situation at UConn. Danny Hurley said, I don't need leverage here. We've won back-to-back national championships at this place. This was never a leverage situation for me. I've had a contract in place here for a couple of weeks. The final part in terms of salary has been done for a while. There are some other parts like NIL and staff salary and some different things that I want adjusted and I'm not comfortable with. But the sense of the idea that this was some conspiracy to get me a sweeter deal at UConn is just, it's lazy. He says it's lazy. And he says he had a really hard time deciding ultimately to stay at UConn. So he considered the job seriously to join LeBron.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you don't get on the plane twice and do it, Mm-hmm. $70 million is nothing to sneeze at. I do think if they would have fell into that $100 million range, it wouldn't even been answered. It'd be gone. It'd be out. You could talk all the UConn stuff you want, but that $100 million come knock on your door. Guess what? You sending your maid, you're going to have your nanny packed up.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be calling you a different tune. I just don't think they blew him away, number one, with the money.
Do you think they should have? Some people.
Yeah, I think so.
Wow, okay.
I think if you wanted him.
Right.
And you don't have a plan B, which to me, the Lakers don't. I think they're stuck in certain ways. I think, unfortunately, unlike the Sacramento Kings, the Lakers are probably going to get lucky and probably fall into like James Borrego, who I think is a great coach. I think he might be a better NBA coach than Dan Hurley. We don't know because Dan hasn't been there. But I thought Borrego got a raw deal in Charlotte, man. Mm-hmm. He coached them to they didn't get to the playoffs once year. That they getting?
I think they came
snuff it out like right
in, but I'd have to double check
something
it.
Like that, right? Yeah. And so I think they're gonna get lucky in typical LA fashion and probably get Borrego. I'm hoping they get JJ Redick. I want the whole thing to blow up.
Well, it looks like they might. And I know the whole Shams versus Woj things. I don't care personally. I know a lot of people think, oh, this is exciting and entertaining. I don't care who's right. But Shams is the one that's been saying, oh, it's Redick all along. And then they saw an opportunity with Hurley, so they pursued that. But Redick's been the one all along. Woj is saying, no, it was Hurley all along. So, and they take little snipes at each other. Here's what Woj says today. JJ Redick will formally interview for the Laker job this weekend. A strong performance is expected to move him to the forefront of the franchise's search. Whereas Shams was saying he's been at the forefront. So that's just a little, it's like he could move to the forefront. It's like, come on, guys.
I don't
relax. Relax. But I'm with you. JJ Redick, he might end up being a great coach. But I think, and I've already quoted Windhorst enough today, but I agree with him. If you're the Lakers and your team that's trying to win a championship, how can you bring in a guy who's never coached before? And applies to Danny Hurley as well. A guy needs a little time to learn the job, learn how to, especially a guy who's never coached.
Yeah.
So that confuses me, but they must love him.
Yeah. Yeah. Very true. I'm hoping they give JJ the shot.
Yes.
You know, I'm hoping.
By all
and
means.
It's disrespectful, I guess, to say it, but I'm hoping he fails. I don't want the Lakers to win anything ever again. You know, and look, JJ's not hurting. He's got opportunities. It seems like he just was, you know, he's part of the LeBron podcast, ESPN. He's, you know, on the team one when it comes to NBA announcing, as we've heard him endorse and Mike Breen in the finals. I mean, you want to jump on over there and be a coach? Be my guest.
Jay, that's another thing that Windhorst said. He said that JJ Redick has been interviewing for the Laker job on the podcast with LeBron because he's been talking about their offense. And he's saying Laker executives have been listening to that, and that's how they figured out whether they want this guy or not.
Wow.
Now, Woj says Pelinka and Redick have talked on the phone in recent days. Redick understands and accepts Pelinka's explanation as to, you know, Danny Hurley we pursued him, but we love you, and that's why our talks with you stalled. And according to Woj, Redick is like, oh yeah, okay, I got it. I'm cool with that.
Yeah,
that's not a problem.
What else is he gonna say?
That. I did see.
What other options does he have?
Well, he could say, well, no, I don't want to do it anymore, or it's going to cost you now. I'll need more money.
You ain't getting.
You're right.
Money.
He has no.
Maybe go shoot a 3-pointer.
Yeah, he has no leverage whatsoever. Yeah, I did see a report before we knew anything about Dan Hurley. There was a report, I think it was Shams, who said the Lakers' plan was to have Redick, and then he would have Borrego and Sam Cassell on the staff. So if that is the staff, you know how Redick then every time is like, and do this and do that. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. Then he'd turn to, then Borrego's job would be to tell him, well, this is how you coach in the NBA. This is what you do. So at least they would have, that's
going to have a loaded staff.
Yeah, they would have a lot of experience on his staff.
I would think so. And that's what I said. The Lakers are probably going to get lucky. They really are. They're gonna luck out like they always do.
But he's apparently very close with LeBron. Is that really what you want from your coach? You want to make sure he's really close with your best player? Is that
not me?
Just being old fashioned? I wouldn't think so. But have things changed that much?
An established, I guess in a certain way, yes, you wanted to, but
you want mutual respect.
Yeah, I think you're saying like, buddy, old pal, I got you the job, compared to, you know, you're a coach and you guys learn that relationship.
Yeah, I would think the dynamic of the coach-player relationship at any level is still a little different than the friend-friend relationship. Maybe I'm just nitpicking because I'm like you. I don't want to see the Lakers have success with this. I don't think they will. I think Danny Hurley made the right choice. This job is fraught with peril for all of the charm and the pluses, with it's Los Angeles, it's the Lakers, crown jewel of a franchise with LeBron and AD. I think, yeah, but the thing is in decline a little bit. I think the smart move was Danny Hurley saying no. For Redick, sure, what the heck? But I don't think, if they were envisioning he's going to be the next Pat Riley and they're going to win multiple championships, I don't think there's any way that happens, at least in the short term. No.
You don't think the Lakers have a shot winning championship?
Not a realistic one, no. I know, Drapes we talked about this, and I don't like to disagree with him when he's not here. That's not fair, but yeah, he's much higher on the Lakers short-term future than I am. I see them in decline.
You got LeBron and AD, right?
Yeah.
Most people look at that and see that. Yeah, I get you.
And just the way AD is, and he had a great year.
Yeah.
But he tends to wear down. And
He does.
Yeah.
Physically, health-wise. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I guess they're counting on someone, and they thought Hurley could do this. They're counting on Redick now to come in and help develop those younger guys. And if the younger guys get better around your aging core, maybe then you've got a team that can contend, because it's harder than ever now than it used to be. It's harder than ever to go out and, let's just get a third superstar. The way the rules are now in the NBA with the CBA, and it's so punitive with the luxury tax. You go out and get another guy, but you're going to pay through the nose, and it's going to hurt you on the back end with the rest of your roster.
Yeah, I think it sounds good, but for whatever reason, the Lakers always find themselves with some form of fashion of wiggling through the system.
The great,
just good luck, or I don't know what it is, but the Lakers tend to, find a way to always make a bleak situation look a little brighter. And that could just be my Laker hate. And that's cool.
Yeah. If you look at any great franchise, I think there's at least one person you can point to and say that person's great at what they do. They're great visionary in the front office or ownership. Now, LeBron obviously is great. AD's been a great player. But in terms of the Lakers infrastructure, their front office, who's great there? Jeannie Buss has done a fine job as an owner. Is she a visionary? I mean, she was there when they had, I can't point to anything she's done. She's like, she picks her favorites. She loved Magic. That didn't work out. Is Rob Pelinka a great GM? No. So I don't think they have the wherewithal as an organization to turn this thing around. And if they're banking on JJ Redick being that guy, I wouldn't bet on that.
You don't see it, huh? But see, and they could luck up. I'm just saying, next thing you know, somebody's taking less money to come play. DeMar DeRozan's heading back home to Los Angeles. James Borrego was the silent coach. The Lakers get lucky, man. Don't get it twisted. I'm hating on them a little bit. But
I understand.
Yeah,
it's like a fear. You're expressing a fear.
Yes. Like, I have the purple and gold. Yeah, they find ways to win when they shouldn't.
Somehow, some way.
Some kind of way. They won an in-season tournament, man. Of all the teams, I know it doesn't matter, but of all the teams,
I'd almost rather they win that.
I get it, but down the road, someone's going to say we won the first one.
Woj says Pelinka, as Pelinka did with Hurley, he wants a teaching coach and staff to prioritize the development of young players like Max Christie, Austin Reeves, Rui Hachimura, and can design a creative approach to featuring Anthony Davis on both ends of the floor. He's never coached before. Maybe he's coached. He's
got AAU squads.
Maybe he probably has.
He does.
He probably has. Good luck. I'm glad to see. I think I'm with you on this. I'm glad to see the Lakers do this. Yes,
I am too.
You go get
blow it up,
JJ Redick.
Blow it up. Send us a player or two. We'll take them.
When we come back, Trevor Lawrence gets big money. Lamar Jackson turns down some pretty big money. What's that about? Next, Drive Guys, Sactown Sports.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at PowerCopier.com.
Whitey here reminding you, not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meals with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. You have to see it to believe it. You have to taste how good the food is to believe it. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill turning me into a grilling pro with the features that other grills cannot match. They are built different. They're built better. They're built to last. They're built with things that I was like, what? That's a special grill for steaks? It's incredible. Premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. Napoleon is the way to go this grilling season. Have a great summer, delicious food. You'll be the king of the grill. Napoleon Grills and Accessories now available at your nearby Amy's Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kent Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kent Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
Capital Casino has been serving the greater Sacramento area in the same convenient downtown location for over 20 years, with plenty of close-by, well-lit parking monitored by security staff and offering the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Best food, best service, and the best action. That's Capital Casino. For more information on tournaments and gaming, check out their website at capital-casino.com. And please remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram and Woodland. What's happening, Chad, for Chrysler's Make This the Summer event?
If you need a new Ram, Hoblet has it. And now with even more savings. Right now you can save up to $14,000 off MSRP on new 2024 Ram 1500 Hemi 4x4 crew cabs. That means you can get a new 2024 Ram 1500 starting at only $36,995.
Okay, so you have Ram trucks, but how do I know you have the one I want?
We are California's #1 Ram truck dealer, which means we have over 500 Ram trucks available. And if for some reason we don't have your truck in stock, we will get it for you. But if you're looking for a hard-to-find Ram truck, Hoblet should be your first stop.
If you need a new Ram truck, Hoblet has it. Stop by for a test drive today or search, select, and save at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
14,000 total net savings after 6,000 factory rebates and the 8,000 dealer discount. Rebates include 2,000 Chrysler Capital bonus cash. Must finance with Chrysler Capital qualify. 5 with this net savings. $36,995 on 2024 Ram 1500 quad caps. Net price after 3,000 factory rebates. Sample VIN 209121. See dealer for details.
And so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Stick around. Going to give you a chance to win some tickets to the Jug Life Water for Life charity softball game. And we may get word, Jay. We might get some word on some additional celebrities here.
I've been looking around here. Yeah, I've been trying to check my email here to see.
All right, so stay tuned for that as we wrap things up here. Real quick, I know somebody mentioned my hat. Jay was just asking about my hat. Got this in Japan. SoftBank Hawks, Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks.
Ooh, SoftBank.
Yeah, one of the most storied franchises in Japanese baseball. But when I got it in Kyoto, the guy said, and look, I think he said, oh, I think they were the champions last year. They weren't. So I'm going back. I'm taking it back.
No, I like it, bro.
But they weren't the champions. They're not the champions. So I think I should be able to get a refund on that. But it's okay.
So you bought it just based on that they were in it to win.
One of the thing. I thought that's cool. I just kind of like the hat.
Okay, I was gonna say you don't like the look.
Yeah, it's a nice hat. So anyway, thank you for asking, Jay. Thank you for whoever mentioned that on the chat. Trevor Lawrence has agreed on a 5-year, $275 million contract extension. A source telling Adam Schefter. So that includes $200 million guaranteed, including $142 million at signing. It's funny. Do you remember before he was drafted, there was some talk that Trevor Lawrence doesn't even really like football that much. Do you remember? Because I think there was a video of him and his girlfriend, and he was saying stuff like, football's not my whole life. Remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Mm-hmm.
I do remember that.
Mm-hmm.
I actually got an email, but I do remember that. Got a little more information on the players, but
all right, we'll get to that.
Yeah. But no, shouts out to Trevor Lawrence for getting his money, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was his turn. Quarterbacks, it's your turn, right?
Yes, he is the, sixth quarterback to have an annual salary above $50 million. Jared Goff, Justin Herbert, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts. And then you got Patrick Mahomes, $46.339 million annually. How about that? Joe Burrow's the other one, making above 50. Real quick, Lamar Jackson, deal with him. Did you see this?
I did not.
He skipped like 4 of the first days of minicamp.
Okay. How did I miss that?
He has, and he's there now, but he missed like 4 of the first 5 days, and he has it in his contract. If he participates in 80% of the voluntary minicamp, just participates, he gets $750,000 in a bonus.
And he missed the first 4 days.
He didn't. And someone asked him yesterday, how come you didn't show up? He said, I don't discuss my contract here. So I don't know. Maybe, when he's making $52 million.
You ain't tripping off that little $750K?
Maybe.
Oof. Must be nice.
Either that or, he does his own, he doesn't have an agent, right? Does he do himself?
Yep. Him and his family.
Maybe if you have an agent, the agent's like, hey, you got this bonus. And maybe he forgot.
Maybe he didn't. Maybe he didn't know. They didn't know that. And he's got to save face and be like, hey, I don't discuss my deal. I don't care what you say. Show up for it. If 80% is all it takes to make $750,000 of $1 million,
and he agreed to that apparently.
$750,000, and all I got to do is be there. I could come and be like, my stomach hurt. Put me on the sideline, coach. Let me jump on the bike.
Given that he doesn't say, I had a thing or I was sick, or I wonder if he just didn't know or he forgot.
Know what though? I bet you, and I know this for sure because having friends and having been blessed to work in this business and talk to former players who aren't making $52 million. If you once he retires and it's over with, and there's an opportunity, those $52 million opportunities aren't coming as quick no more, right? And so there's going to be a time I guarantee he's going to like, what in the hell was I doing? I passed over $750,000 of a meal ticket?
Yeah.
I know he's going to be, oh, man.
Yeah.
Dude.
I don't talk about my contract here. I never have and I never will.
Yeah. And
I know, but why, can I have the money? Why don't you?
I know. Go charitable foundations, give it away, bless people, go door to door, knock on folks' door. $500 would change people's lives, would change people's monthly evaluations of how they paying bills. Like there's so many things that you could have did with that $750,000, knowing Whitey, knowing that they're not asking Lamar Jackson to do nothing if he doesn't want to do nothing.
I could be way off base. Maybe if he has an agent, the agent tells him, hey, you gotta meet this
criteria.
Yeah. But if he has an agent, probably more than that money's going to the agent.
Yeah, that might be it too. The percentage. Big dog, won't you go ahead on over to camp, man? We about to get this changed together.
Yeah. All right. So,
that's true.
Yeah.
I ain't think about that.
Yeah. I'm sure he's doing fine, but there would be a little bit of right?
I would.
Yeah. Like, oh man, I left $20 on the counter on top of my car. So
right.
$750,000.
That's a lot of paper, bro.
Yeah.
Ooh, all right. That's a lot of paper.
The Jug Life Water for Life charity softball game coming up. Who's going to be there, Jay? What do we know?
We got a little information. We got a little more. He
was on McAfee today.
Yeah, he was on Pat McAfee. Big time. We know the two captains, Matt Barnes, Sacramento's own, Del Campo's finest. JaVale McGee will be the other captain. A little tidbits. We got Baron Davis, former Golden State Warrior, Los Angeles Clipper, Hornet, exactly. T.O., the Hall of Famer, baby.
Yeah.
Get your popcorn ready. You know how that goes right there. Chris Haynes, friend of the show, Chris Haynes. Turner, Yahoo guy. We know he'll be a part of it. Another friend of the show, Lance Woods, comedian. I see him out there. Troy Daniels, former basketball player. JaVale, of course. Head coach of your Sacramento Kings.
No way.
I see it. Head coach Mike Brown. Look at Mike getting ready to swing the aluminum, the alloy. Are you surprised by that?
I am a little bit.
A little
I
bit?
think it's great.
Mike Brown.
Just don't let him manage. You're playing. No, you're not. No, you're not. Yeah, you're in.
It says featured player. To me, that means you're playing, right?
I know he was a college basketball player.
I'm just
sure
saying.
He's a fine athlete.
Yeah, I'm just saying. We got Imani McGee-Stafford, who was JaVale's sister, former WNBA player, who took time off to go be a lawyer.
Ooh.
How about that? A baller, too. I've seen that a few times. Ashley Williams, who is Channel 31, right? The CW out here. She's on Good Day Sacramento, I believe. Yeah, so there's some other ones out here. I won't tell everybody. You can go to Jug Life, juglifewater.com. Of course, your boy Jay will be out there representing the Drive Guys. And we have some tickets to give away to join us.
Yes, we do. It's the event of the summer. You know that. Join JaVale McGee and the celebrities that Jay mentioned, including Mike Brown and more. More will probably be announced, right, Jay?
Oh, yeah,
We're
absolutely.
Expecting more.
Yeah. I'm just getting some of the list that was sent towards my way.
And remember, all proceeds go to water education programs and providing clean water to communities in need. JaVale was on with us talking about the need for water in places like Uganda. So hit up the Folsom Lake Honda hotline right now, 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. As we look for caller number, Jay.
We'll go 5 today.
Caller 5.
De'Aaron Fox, baby.
Yeah, caller 5 right now to score that pair of tickets to the premier charity event of the summer, the Jug Life charity softball game. For more information, visit sactownsports.com. Get your tickets now at juglifewater.com. When people are there, Jay, and they see you,
yes, sir,
what do they say to you, or what do you, hey, Jay, or is there a certain thing you want the listener to say?
City of Trees, baby.
City of
Put
Trees.
It in the air, City of Trees. That's what we're going to do, man.
Yeah.
Breathing oxygen into the town. Even my boy Gary, who doesn't think Scottie Pippen's the best all-around player.
Still your boy, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. That's my guy.
All right. Thanks for being with us. We're back with you tomorrow, and we got golf to go next on Sactown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Carmichael Dave here, reminding you this Father's Day, you can make your backyard the ultimate retreat with Amy's Outdoor Living, your grilling headquarters. See the new Red Hot barbecue brands, Napoleon and Rectech. Napoleon grills, perfect gas, perfect infrared grilling, built to last, and those Rectech pellet grills, they're built like a tank and offer the #1 rated grilling app. Now, Amy also features Weber, Big Green Egg, and Traeger gas and pellet grills like I have, and the Gosney professional pizza ovens. Guys, I threw my old pizza oven out. I got the Gosney in my backyard. It is so awesome to do pizza at home with the family. Free setup and delivery on $3.99 and over purchases. Save 40% off selected in-stock patio furniture and umbrellas. Visit their clearance center in the Sacramento store for scratch and dent savings. Amy's Outdoor Living, El Camino near Watt, and inside Amy Ace Hardware in the El Dorado Town Center.
It's the Make This the Summer event, and it's going on now at Lodi Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Hi everyone, Leonard Harrington here, and I want to tell you how we make your buying experience at Lodi CDJR as easy as possible. You can come in for a visit, or you can do everything online at LodiCDJR.com. Just pick out the make and model you want and scroll through our large in-stock inventory. Next, schedule a test drive at the click of a button. If you want to finance your vehicle, you can start your paperwork online too, saving you plenty of time before you get here. And if you're looking to sell your vehicle or looking to buy, we'll give you an instant cash offer online too. At Lodi Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, we make it easier than ever to put you into a new vehicle. It's what we do. Online at LodiCDJR.com or in person. We're right off 99 in Kettleman, where we're open till 9 every night and Sundays after church.
Prices are better at the Low Price Center. Lodi Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Visit us at LodiCDJR.com.
Yeah!
The news on vapes talks a lot about the technology and teen use, but parents need to know more about the dangers of nicotine. So know this. 1. Nicotine is a poison that can rewire teens' brains. 2. It can increase mood swings. 3. It can limit attention and learning. So even when it comes in new tech, nicotine is brain poison. Go to undo.org for more.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My good friends, Dr. Jack Friedlander and Dr. Pash in Roseville and in San Francisco are offering not only confidence, not only security, but also the ability, if you ain't insecure, to go from the roster to the all-star team. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about UpsizeMatters.com. Time after time, vote after vote, circumference, or as we call it, girth, is consistently ranked as the most important attribute. And Dr. Jack and Dr. Pash can give you a free consultation. The procedure can be done on the same day as your consultation with immediate results. It's non-surgical. It's virtually pain-free, safe, effective, long-lasting, semi-permanent, and doctor-performed. For more information, go to UpsizeMatters.com. Go to UpsizeMatters.com. Make that change. Make the all-star team. Get your girth on.
NBA basketball returns to Golden One Center this July 6th, 7th, and 9th for the California Classic Summer League Games. 3-day passes in the lower level start at just $66 and include access